powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Yes.
Kenya. And so I'm coming along with you. You guys are coming along with me. We are in this together. You know how I always take you around. And so as part of my trip, as part of my stay here in Kenya, this is going to be the highlight. That we are currently in the ferry. The ferry is taking us to the other side, which is just like a minute. Then what happens? We drive to a location, pick another boat, then to be JJJ. And so you guys are coming along with me. Let's go right into the video.
You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go.
As part of my Mombasa experience, I decided to go snorkeling and to see dolphins for the first time. Carolina and I contacted a random travel and tour company we found online.
So guys, we made a stop at a place called Charlie Island, and we are here to pick some few guests. And before we continue our trip, today is going to be a good day. It's going to be snorkeling. We are going to have dinner on an island. We are going to see dolphins. I'm going to see dolphins for the first time. I'm so excited. I'm very much excited. And so you're coming along with me. Before then, enjoy the beauty of this place.
I paid 5,500 Kenyan shillings, which is equal to $51. And Carolina paid 45 because she's a local, which is equal to $41. After 2 hours drive, we finally got to our destination, which is called the Wasinin village.
So I am currently at the Marine National Park, and we are heading towards the final destination. And we are going to go by boat now. This is our location. We are also joined by other tourists, and so this is how it looks like from here. We are going to see the dolphins. I've been sleeping in the car, so my face feels heavy. So this is how it looks like from here. Guys, look at the water. Oh, it's so beautiful out here. This is so beautiful. This is so beautiful. So guys, we have just set off and we're about to go do some snorkeling, see some dolphins hopefully. This is how it looks like from here. Say bye-bye. Say hi. Yeah. Guys, can you see that the color of the water has changed? It's looking very blue. Tanzania. Guys, if you look ahead, that's Kilulu Mountain, which is located in Tanzania. So when I say I'm in Tanzania, I am in Tanzania. Can you see him? Woo! He's swimming. Look at him here. Oh, nice. So after 1 hour on the boat, we are finally here. And so this is where we'll be snorkeling. This is how it looks like from here. You can see the view. Say hi.
Where we are heading to. So whereby they can see the marine park situated. But according to the weather and the tide, I think the boat could reach there because of the way we have. I think you have seen how it is. Then we have decided the anchor here. This part also people do snorkeling. It's part of KWS. So we do snorkeling here, then we go direct there. Or if you wish, after snorkeling, we stop for a while to see if the wind will be off or the sea will. There's no rocks again. Then we're gonna go over there. Because there's last island in Kenya over there. I think the last one.
I thought I had this space for my camera and take some videos under the water, but too bad I didn't get the right case. So yeah, let's see if he's going to help me with his camera. Oh, she's feeling sick. I think she feels seasick. So, I'm ready. She's ready. Say cheese. Hello. And others are also getting ready. We're about to go snorkeling. And this is going to be my second snorkeling experience. This is how I look. Yeah, buddy. This is how I look. So yeah.
Huh?
It's so cold. It's cold? Very cold.
No. It's fine. Believe me.
Alafu, madam, hola, ingize ndani hapo. Jana mimi napiga picha.
Oh, but there are some beautiful fishes down there. Really?
Yeah?
Okay. So I just ended my snorkeling experience. It was so beautiful. I saw fishes. It was so beautiful. I mean, like, it was magical. And my friend, yeah, she's still feeling sick. I think you are seasick.
Yeah.
Yeah, so others just got back. So today isn't really a good day for us because the currents are very, very strong. So we just had to do it here because this is not even the location we're supposed to go snorkeling. So, but I mean, we saw some fishes and that's what matters. And so yeah, we are going to the next location. And he was so helpful to me. Cheers to life. After I had this. About to go to the restaurant and our boat is parked down there. We have to pick a smaller boat to the restaurant and I'm so exhausted, but this view is so beautiful. Look at the sun. Wow. This is where we are going to be having lunch. Lunch is actually part of the package. So this is the view from here. So beautiful. So we are having our starter, and this is my new family. I know, right? Yeah. So I'm going to be trying seaweed for the first time with some chapati. Chapati I've already tried before. Chapati and seaweed. Not bad. It's good. Our next meal is rice. Rice and soup. What soup is that? What soup is this?
Coconut sauce.
Coconut sauce. Okay. So we are going to be having coconut sauce. Yeah. Coconut cassava. I'm going to be trying that for the first time too. Can I have some cassava, please? A little bit of cassava. I'm going to be trying coconut cassava. This is how it looks like.
Every time you ask for...
Oh,
okay.
And guess what just came? This is a fish. And this is my fish. So this is our meal.
Yeah, you don't know.
Because that's what I feel like. Maybe if they see that you are scared, you are panicking, that's when they are like...
If you see 16 lines deep, I don't care who you are.
And plus, the one of them came in.
He just came, like you could tell. That was the
maybe they didn't know what.
Let me tell you,
there.
my father used to be a safari guide, safari driver. He used to be because he passed, but he told me there was this time they were driving on a safari and then they got stuck somewhere. So once they were stuck, they were trying to push it, and lions came. And trust me, he's been there for years doing it. They got inside.
I mean, it's rather unfortunate we will not get to see the dolphins because today is not a lucky day for us. The dolphins are not moving with their usual routine, and so yeah. Too bad. We are going back to where we came from, and so yeah. We are leaving the restaurant now.
It was so bad.
Yeah, I could tell you.
Cooperation and for having choosing the day to come and spend with us along with Sydney. Hoping that the nature of sea, snorkeling, all right, lunch, we all had a nice day, didn't you?
Yeah.
So we say we are very sorry for any inconvenience maybe carried out, because according to the weather how it was, it's not our fault. This is according to how God has planned. So we should appreciate. So it's my hope to be a good ambassador when we get back to hotels or you fly back to your respective countries. Speak about the program so that other people can come.
So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. It's rather unfortunate we couldn't see the dolphins today. It's a bad day, it's nature. They move from one point to another, and so today they decided not to show up after chasing them for over 1 hour 30 minutes. Look at he helped me snorkel. Say hello to him. What's your name? Next time they come.
Yasir.
Yasir.
The snorkeling instructor as well as snorkeling, I mean the guide of the day.
Yeah, and he too, he was sailing the boat. He took the videos. Yay! Yeah, so I had a good time with them. And so whenever you are in Mombasa, no, this place is called what? Whenever you're in Wasini, look for them. Tell them Stella Chanelli sent you. So yeah, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting the entire experience. Until next time on my next video, I love you. My hands are busy, so kisses. Mwah. No. So we are currently at the border between Kenya and Tanzania. This is how it looks like. Right close to the border, I bought some local Sprite here, and I found this fruit. Guys, if you know what it is, let me know in the comment section. This is oh, it has like some tongues on it. I've never seen some before. If you know what type of fruit it is, let me know in the comment section. What's the name?
Finesse.
Finesse. Yeah. It's locally called finesse.
Passion fruit.
Yeah, passion fruit. We had some a lot at the hotel. Yeah. Hi, Carolina.
Hi.
Enjoying. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers
How's
to
the trip so far? You're so exhausted.
Yeah, I'm so exhausted. I went snorkeling today. So far.
This is the street of Wasini.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to see what's happening here, what activities they have, and then you can go back since we didn't see dolphins sadly.
At least this can make us feel better.
Yeah, at least the culture of Wasini.
To my new friends from Senegal. It was nice meeting you too.
See you in Ghana too.
Definitely. You have to make it in Ghana.
Yeah, you have to come to Senegal.
I definitely, I'll contact you, yes.
Yeah, contact.
All right.
No
Bye.
Bye everyone. Bye.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations, you're doing a good job.
Secretary to the President, the Attorney General and senior officials of the Presidency, and our distinguished guests to Jubilee House. Good morning to you all. Mr. President, following the nomination of Mr. Kisi Ajibeli as the Special Prosecutor and his subsequent approval by Parliament, we are here to witness the swearing-in ceremony of the Special Prosecutor designate. And before we proceed further, may I introduce Mr. Kisi Ajibeli. May I now invite Mr. President to administer the oath of office. Is that it? Proceed.
It's 2 oaths, is it? Two oaths.
Oath of office and oath of secrecy.
Okay. So you should have two oaths in your file, is that it? All right. You will insert your name where appropriate and say after me. I,
Kisi Ejabin,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will at all times.
That I will at all times.
Well and truly serve.
Well and truly serve.
The Republic of Ghana.
The Republic of Ghana.
In the office of Special Prosecutor.
In the office of Special Prosecutor.
And that I will uphold.
And that I will uphold.
Preserve.
Protect.
And defend. The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana as by law established.
The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana as by law established.
So help me God.
So help me God.
The next is the oath of secrecy. The same pattern. I,
Kisi Ejabin,
holding the office of Special Prosecutor.
Holding the office of Special Prosecutor.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will not directly or indirectly.
That I will not directly or indirectly.
Communicate or reveal to any person.
Communicate or reveal to any person.
Any matter which shall be brought under my consideration.
Any matter that shall be brought under my consideration.
Or shall come to my knowledge.
Or shall come to my knowledge.
In the discharge of my official duties.
In the discharge of my official duties.
Except as may be required.
except as may be required
for the discharge of my official duties,
for the discharge of my official duties,
or as may be specially permitted by law.
or as may be specially permitted by law.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Mr. President, we present the instrument of appointment.
Mr. Kisele.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mask off, please. The mask off.
There you go.
The Special Prosecutor is signing the oath. Mr. President, may sign his oath. Now respectfully invite Mr. President to address the Special Prosecutor.
Chief of Staff at the Office of the President and officials of the Presidency, Attorney General and Minister for Justice, the National Security Coordinator, Member of Parliament from Praeso constituency, Nananum traditional rulers, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome all of you warmly to the seat of the nation's presidency, Jubilee House, for this important function, which has direct consequences for the proper ordering of our state. I want to begin by congratulating Mr. Kisi Ajami on his appointment as the second occupant of the Office of Special Prosecutor. The wide acceptance of his nomination by the Ghanaian people and the nature of his performance during Parliament's approval process are for me indications that the confidence I reposed in him to discharge one of the most critical functions of state was not misplaced. Ladies and gentlemen, my party, the New Patriotic Party, and I came to office in 2017 with the commitment and indeed an overwhelming mandate from the Ghanaian people to fashion an additional instrument to fight the canker of corruption that had taken firm root in every aspect of national life and was visibly gnawing at the heart of the Ghanaian state. The genuineness of that commitment to create an independent, non-partisan body with the relevant professional capability to lead the fight and hold public officials, past and present, accountable for their stewardship of public finances, was made manifest in the appointment of a very senior figure from the opposite side of the political divide to establish and head this very significant office. The appointment, as you will recall, was met with stiff opposition by some members from both sides of the aisle. In spite of the unfortunate events that led to the departure of the first occupant of the office, I do not regret making that appointment. On my part as President of the Republic, I ensure that the office was adequately resourced to enable it to carry out its mandate. I'm, however, consoled by the off-site statement that there is no use crying over spilt milk. So when the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, on 16th April 2021, moved to nominate Mr. Kisi Ajabing under Section 13, Clause 3 of Article 959, for consideration as the second occupant of the office of Special Prosecutor, I accepted the nomination. Having been called to the Ghana Bar in October 2003, holding a Bachelor of Laws LLB degree from the University of Ghana and Master of Laws degrees from Dalhousie University and Cornell Law School, having acted as a criminal law lecturer at the Faculty of Law, University of Ghana, Lagos, and also engaged in private law practice, it is clear that Mr. Kisi Ajabing is eminently qualified to occupy the office of Special Prosecutor. He has the capacity, the experience, the requisite values, and intellectual strength to succeed in this vital position. I urge the new Special Prosecutor to bear in mind at all times that the office carries an extraordinary responsibility to fight corruption independently and impartially. The Special Prosecutor, as the Act states in its preamble, shall, quote, have full authority and control over the investigation, initiation, and conduct of proceedings of alleged or suspected corruption and corruption-related offenses involving public officers and politically exposed persons in the performance of their functions, as well as persons in the private sector involved in the commission of alleged or suspected corruption and corruption-related offenses, unquote. The remit of the office, as you can see, is broad and challenging. I want to assure Mr. Kisi Ajabing, like I did his predecessor, that not only will the executive, including the Attorney General, respect scrupulously the independence of his office, but also will provide him with whatever assistance is required to enable him to discharge his high duties effectively in the interest of the Ghanaian people. Indeed, all institutions of state will work and cooperate with him in the same spirit which he articulated at his approval proceedings in Parliament. Very much aware that the activities of the Office of Special Prosecutor, no matter how vigorous, cannot provide the entire panacea to the problem of corruption. It must be supported by other institutions and the cooperation of all. Government will continue to give stronger budgetary assistance to the other constitutionally mandated institutions that hold government accountable and help fight corruption. That is the Auditor General, Parliament, Judiciary, the Police Service, the Ministry of Justice, the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, and the Economic and Organized Crime Office, EUCO. It should be the objective of our generation to build a new Ghanaian civilization where the rule of law is not a slogan, but an operating principle for the development of our state, where the separation of powers is real and meaningful, where public officials behave with honesty and trust, where the liberties and rights of our people are fully protected, and where law and order provide a firm basis for our social and economic transformation, so that the dreams of freedom and prosperity that animated the great patriots who founded our nation can find expression in our time. Congratulations once again are very much in order, Mr. Kisi Ajabing, and I wish you Godspeed in the discharge of your duties. May God bless the new Special Prosecutor and us all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong.
Thank Mr. President for his address. May I now invite Mr. Kisi Ajabing, the Special Prosecutor, to respond to Mr. President's remarks.
Excellency the President. Your Excellency the President of the Republic, the Chief of Staff, the Secretary to the President, officials at the Presidency, my mate and friend, the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Nanano, MP from Paiso, and all the invited guests here. Mr. President, I deem it a great honor that I have been given this opportunity to serve my nation in this high office. And I express my gratitude for the confidence you have reposed in me. Mr. President, we are confronted by two pandemics. One is a health crisis, and its outlook is very macabre. The other is not a health crisis, but it is also a pandemic, which is corruption itself and corruption-related activities. The zeal with which your administration has approached the fight in respect of the health crisis, I also see in respect of the other pandemic, which is corruption. And as I come into this office, I pledge to the people of Ghana, as I said exactly 2 weeks ago, that I'm going to work assiduously with deliberation to suppress and repress corruption. I said 2 weeks ago at Parliament that I will not be naive to assume that I am coming to stop corruption. It is innate in humans. But as much as possible, my office is going to drive it down and repress it to its barest minimum. When my name was mentioned as the nominee for this position, much was said about my nomination. Nothing negative was said about my competence. Everything had to do with my youthfulness, my age. But if that is so, Mr. President, I can only express the thanks of the youth of this nation that you have given youthful persons the opportunity to serve, just as my friend and mate, the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice. And the youth of this nation should feel proud that they have their own represented in such high offices. This is our time, the youth of this nation, to carry on up the development of our nation. Mr. President, I thank you very much. I express my profound gratitude. And if you don't mind, if I may acknowledge the presence of a few people. And to my immediate right is the Mayor of Kwau, the Kwau State. That's Nana Bafo Yabua Eswami. After him is the Impraiso Adonten Hine, and not Hima Adonten Hine. Nana Efia Kwabia Sante. After that is the Honorable Davis Opoku, the MP for Impraiso constituency. And then my own reflection, Mr. Sefa Ejabin. Then after him is Mr. Seth Asante, who is also my godfather. And then, last but definitely not the least, the Omahini of Draso, Nana Safaka Eje Tebi. May God bless Ghana. May God bless us all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Special Prosecutor. Special Prosecutor, you now have photo session with Mr. President.
Let's go.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations, you're doing a good job.
All devices, so other products including devices, and test kits are considered devices. Since COVID started, we have actually evaluated over 60 of these devices, and only a certain number of them have been approved. If you go onto our website, you will see the devices that have been approved for use in Ghana. So I'd actually like to use this medium to ask all Ghanaians that please do not use any device that has not been registered. And secondly, that home testing using test kits are not permitted in Ghana for COVID-19. So if I come back to the testing device at the airport, it is an antigen testing system. It is not a rapid diagnostic cartridge system. So it's not like the ones that you can buy in a box and you can use yourself or that people are using at home. Sometimes people get these things confused. And this was evaluated by the Food and Drugs Authority in July 2020. Now, the difference between this device and the other ones that people tend to confuse it with is that with the other test kits, you drop your sample on it or whatever, whether it's a swab, whatever, and the line comes and you read it with your naked eye. Now, with this particular device, it is an automated fluorescence immunoassay device, which means that it detects the virus by a certain fluorescence. And there is also what we call a nanotechnology technology that makes it even more sensitive. I'm trying to describe the device in as simple terms as I can. So when you go to the airport, you see that they put a swab in your nose. They put it in a certain solution. The solution is what contains the antibody. So if you have the virus from your nose will bind onto that antibody. They then drop it onto a piece of paper. It's called a cellulose paper. They drop it when they get to the machine. It binds again onto another antibody. So you have a sandwich, what we call a sandwich. So it's called an antibody sandwich. Then they put it into the machine. Once they put it into the machine, it binds with a certain nanoparticle that is on that strip. And then it is read by the fluorescence detector. So you cannot see it with your naked eye. All that actually makes the system more sensitive and able to detect the virus. Once this reaction has taken place, then you read it on an LED screen and it is printed out. I know that they give you a certain barcode. It is not, the people who are testing don't even know whose sample they are testing. It is based on a certain barcode that we all know when we go in for testing, when we come into the country. If you want to compare this to what the minister talked about, so that is the RDT, that is called a lateral flow. It is your antigen will bind onto the antibody, and then you read it with your naked eye. There's no magnification, there's no fluorescence, there is nothing. It is less sensitive. And currently, we have probably registered only about 2 of those antigen test kits, 2 or 3 of them. Now, when this device was evaluated to see whether it was suitable for its purpose, we all know that the PCR is what we call the gold standard. And therefore, in evaluating this device, we evaluated it with the PCR. That means that we took 100 samples that were positive, that had been determined as positive using the PCR, took 100 samples that had been determined as negative by PCR. And then the machine was supposed to be able to detect if it is positive by PCR, should be positive by that machine. If it is negative by PCR, it should be negative by that machine. In doing so, we then realized that this device meets our specification of not less than 99% sensitive and not less than 99% specific, which means that when you say specificity, if it is negative, it should be negative. If you say sensitivity, if it is positive, it should be positive. That was how that device was registered. Another thing that we noticed on that particular device was that even with low viral loads, that means that when you have very little of the virus in you, so there's something called a cycle threshold, the device was able to detect even very low viral loads. That was one of the bases for which we actually registered that device. And that device has full authorization, not emergency use. We have 2 kinds. Emergency use is when we just give you a year. Then we continue to monitor, and then we see how it performs. This device has full authorization. I know there are questions about what about the circulating strains? Can this device detect? I can assure you that the test kits that people are using cannot detect strains. So all the other strains that are circulating, Delta, Gamma, and all the others, those test kits cannot detect. The company has constantly informed the FDA when there's a strain change, and we will go there and we'll go and verify the documentation that they have sent us to ensure that it is correct. We know that so far all the strains that are circulating, if you see the coronavirus as a drawing, you see it's like a round thing and then there are spikes on it. Most of the strains that are circulating, all the strains that are circulating, the mutation is on the spikes of the virus. This particular equipment detects the round part of the virus. Okay, it's called the envelope, the protein envelope. So currently, it's called the nucleoprotein. So currently, the device has not been affected by any of the circulating strains. And therefore, the performance of this system is not affected by Delta, by Zeta, by Gamma, Alpha, any of the strains. Until there's a mutation that occurs on the actual envelope, it will not be affected. The test will not, at the airport, will still give you the correct results. And actually, you notice that all the sequencing that the West African Center for Cell Biology of Infectious Pathogens has been doing, the airport device will catch the passenger as being positive, and when they go and test and they sequence, they find out that those strains have been picked up by the testing system at the airport. Now, after a product is evaluated by us, we don't just sit down and leave them to do their work as they want. In accordance with our conditions of approval, we periodically inspect the facility, the testing facility, and we will ensure that the device that was registered continues to perform as was registered. This ensures that the people have a good quality management system in place. They are not transferring infections from one person to the other. They are doing the work as they should do it to ensure that all the results that come out are valid and ensure that the integrity of the device is maintained. Some of the things that they do is, we look at is that from the time they pick up a sample from the traveler to the time that they issue a report, there should be a proper quality management system in place. And when we go, we can actually sometimes pick up a particular report and run through it from the beginning to the end to ensure that everything that was supposed to happen according to their standard operative procedures are done. We can even pick a report from about 3 months before and tell them to show us exactly which machine, and it shows, and we are holding it, and they can actually follow it through. Since testing started, I think in September last year, we have conducted 5 such inspections. Normally, we should be conducting inspections every quarter. But when it first started on the 1st of September, we were there on the 2nd of September, and we have been there constantly, and the last inspection was on the 28th of July. The testing facility themselves, before they start work, they have to do their daily system check. Therefore, before they start using the machine, they will check it. They will ensure that they have what you call the positive and the negative controls. They will run it to ensure that for that day, the machine will give the correct results. And when we go and do inspections, all those things have to be logged in for us to be able to verify that it was done. So far, we have not had any critical findings during these inspections. However, we have always recommended for continuous improvement. So that they do, and anything that we recommend that they do, they have done it. So far, we have not had any issues with the system at the airport. We even actually ask them that if you read a report, we have something called the 4I principle. Somebody else has to verify it before you issue the report out, and they are doing that. We are assuring Ghanaians that we will continue to monitor that particular system and any other device that we register for use, and will ensure that the quality management system that is required for the device integrity to be maintained and for the results that come out of that system to be credible will be so.
Anybody making the claim that the machines don't work, or that the thing is using nano something which doesn't compare to something and therefore it doesn't work. You've heard it from the FDA boss herself. I want to invite Dr. Patrick Kumabwaje. Doc, I know the numbers are up and at some point you may speak to it, but specifically there are questions about Ghana Health Services usage of some state quarantine facilities, etc. If you can start off on that, what is the status of that pillar of our response, which is dealing with the importation of spread and the things that we do to ensure that is not happening?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and good morning all. FDA boss has given an elaborate presentation, and I believe that the last press release that was done also gave us some output. I just want to start with the airport system and the flow. I think we've been there with the Parliamentary Select Committee to see the flow, where you have a health declaration form which let us know exactly where you have been in the last 2 weeks and where you are coming from. And then, like you said, you go through that, you get your barcode, you get tested, and so the person testing you doesn't even know whose sample it is unless you get to the airport and it's matched to your, the next level where it's matched to your passport, and that's when we get to know who is positive or who is not positive. Once you are positive, the system again retests, and then you are sent down to a holding room where there's a doctor there and a nurse who will give you a triage to see this person who is positive, what situation. Is he sick? Is he symptomatic? Does he have any other comorbidity that is of relevance? And if they cannot do that, because especially in the evening when they are there, we have nurses in the hotels where they will do that. They are then transported to the hotels. And so far we have about 6 or more of such hotels all around the airport area with a negotiated package for people to pay for. Like we said, those carrying Ghanaian passports are offered the Ghana Isolation Center at Pantime. That is, if you opt not to go there, then you have to now decide to pick a hotel where you pay. The hotel is a package that includes your accommodation, meals, and etc. And then you go there. And these are negotiated prices that are relatively low compared to what their charges really are. And then there's a nurse there who checks you up and makes sure everything is fine. And then, of course, the second test is done on the 3rd day. And then on the 7th day, there's a repeat test. If you are negative on the 3rd day, you are discharged. Then you have to wait till the 7th day. If you are still positive, you wait till the 7th day. In line with our protocol, that is making sure that you do not leave the place able to share the virus. We are convinced that after 7 days, you are not able to share the virus. And so even if you still remain positive, you will still allowed to go unless you fall sick at the place whilst your condition changes, for which you'll be transferred to the hospital for management of the case. So basically, that is the flow. So there's no challenge. Yesterday, after testing nearly 1,800 or so people, we had 3 positives. But you can also see that, how sensitive it is. As you see the global trends go up, you also see the surge at the airport. That tells you that it's really reactive to the prevalence of the virus. And so we have a lot of confidence in the system, and we will continue to apply the protocols as it stands until such time that, and as I mentioned the last 2 weeks Wednesday, there are even more stricter protocols by other countries, but we are able to. So all countries have them, but we need to understand that this is a virus that has a different character, and so all protocols are geared towards limiting importation into the country. This is not to say that is 100% proof that nobody will come through, because somebody may be incubating at a time and test positive. And that's why we even tell those who are positive to, as much as possible, to self-isolate, wear their masks, because they could turn positive. For those who have come from countries that we have determined as a current hotspot, we follow them up on the 3rd day to check them up and see whether they are still okay. And for those who are found positive, those sitting around them, we also follow them and do contact tracing on them to be sure that they have not been able to pick the virus along the way. So basically, that's what I can talk about as far as the airport is concerned. But I'm sure if there are questions behind, I will be able to answer. So I can now go ahead with the presentation of the current status. And the next slide, yes. The current situation is that as of the 1st of August, we have confirmed a total of 106,434 cases. And I'll give you the further analysis of that. And that the total tests done is 1,449, 1.49 million tests. There were 98,814 recoveries, and we have so far recorded 854 deaths. And you can see that we started this problem with about 817. So you can see how far, how many people have done. Our current active case is 6,766. And this is quite worrying. So as that tells us that in the last few weeks, we have increased, our active cases are increased from 1,600, that's in the last 1 month, to 6,000, to over 6,000 in 1 month. There's been a very steep rise in the active cases in the last 2 weeks. We have increasing hospitalization and deaths. We are having some emerging hotspots outside Accra and Kumasi that we know of. That is now, we have Volta having new cases. Bono and Bono is also sharing some cases. We also have workplace and school outbreaks taking place. We also have seen, as all of you are aware, that so there's a total disregard to the use of the face mask by the general population. And unfortunately, the Delta variant has become the main dominant variant currently as we speak now, especially in Greater Accra region where we've done extensive work. The next slide. So you can see that from the curve that you are seeing, the third wave is on its way up, and we hope that we will work, and we, all of us, not just the health sector, including the people, will be able to abet this by applying the protocols and adhering to all the protocols, including acceptance of contact tracing, cooperating with contact tracing and isolation, so that we can bring these numbers down. So if you look at the 7-day moving average, the next slide, you can see a steep rise. In the second wave, we are very approaching where we peaked in the second wave. But there's an opportunity for us to work very hard to start reversing this by simply applying the very protocol that has worked for us over the years, over the months, the first and the second wave, to be able to bring this down. The general hotspots still remain, as we speak today. Accra is deeper, then followed by Ashanti region. And then you have the other regions. Now we're seeing Volta, color is getting deeper. Eastern, Central are also showing increasing number of cases. When we come to Volta region, we've seen a lot of few more schools there getting an outbreak. That is also influencing the numbers they are getting. If you look at our active cases, you can see that the chart there is quite steep now. Very steep. The last second wave, we peaked at about 8,000. And if nothing is done urgently, in the next 1 or so weeks, we might just cross the 8,000 mark. So there's a lot that we all need to do to avert this. This has also shown in our hospitalization. Currently, just in Greater Accra alone, we have 272 persons on admission because of COVID. 36 of them are critical. Severe cases are 87, and about 149 are mild to moderate. There are all this, you can see that there's a steep increase in the number of critical cases, making it difficult for the case management team and affecting our ability to provide ICU beds for the teeming number of people who currently need one. I've talked a bit about the airport already, but beside the discussion on the flow and the rates, and that has been cleared, as at 7 a.m. on the 4th of August, we've had a total of 2,407 cases, which represent about 0.59, about 0.6% of all those who have been tested at the airport. That tells you that about 99 plus of all the people who test are negative, and that is in reflection of our prevalence. Majority of them are males, 63% and 37% female. The usual numbers have not changed. About 4 out of 10 are Ghanaians, and the 6 are non-Ghanaians. And this includes Ghanaians also carrying foreign passports. The month of July, they recorded the highest number of cases among our international airports since the 1st of September. So last month was the highest level that we ever peaked since we started testing at the airport. I will show you in the next slide. So you can see that in July, we crossed the January, February one that was shown at the second wave. And so that tells you that this is probably a more severe situation that we are in than I'm sure those of you who follow the global news. It's not only Ghana. There are many countries around the world where they are increasing the surge, and that is what is also being picked up at the airport. We just started in August, and we're already having some cases already. For the schools, the total number of 404 schools have recorded cases, which is an increase over the last time we spoke here. We have had a cumulative total of 2,864 positive cases. Currently, we have 304 active cases. Remember, some time ago, we were just having about 11 active cases. It even dropped to 2 active cases. But there is an increase. But this is not to say there's an overwhelming surge in schools, because we are looking at about 11 million people in school. But you can see that there's an increase. And what is very clear is that it's happening in schools where adherence to the protocols and the guidance that was given is not being adhered to. So we are using this platform to remind all health teachers and headmasters to ensure that these protocols are adhered to, going to dining hall in batches, making sure everybody wear masks in class and around the campus, and ensure that then things that will bring them assemblies, etc., should not be carried out, so that there's a risk of transmission is significantly reduced. There are other active cases. Volta has 138, Ashanti 57, Oti 38, Eastern 26, Bono 20, Greater Accra has 19. They used to be the lead after with their Chimota issues. Western has 4, and Ahafo has 4. The rest of the country, the places, have not reported any active cases. So in total, Volta region has reported the highest number, or cumulatively, the highest number of about 650 active cases in their schools. Northeast still has not reported any case in the schools. So the next slide will just take us through the regions, number of schools affected, etc., and then that will be made available to you. So what are the emerging hotspots? If you can go to the next slide. We started this with Ashanti and Greater Accra as the core areas where the surge was happening. Now, in the last few weeks, Volta region, as I said earlier, has been showing number of increasing cases, but that is always mainly fueled by the schools. You have Bono East also reporting cases. We are having Bono region reporting cases. For example, for July, at the 1st of July, there were 16 active cases compared to the 532 they have now. So you can imagine that in 1 month, the number of increases has happened in the place. Bono had 8 cases at the 1st of July. Now they have 200 cases. Bono East started July with 3, but they now have 178 cases. So these are regions that we are watching out for, and the regional directors are putting up stricter measures to ensure that we are able to do our testing, isolation, and of course increase the risk communication. But that will depend on all of us, including how the media here that will help us to look at that. So what are the traditional hotspots? That is Greater Accra and Ashanti region. We have 22 out of the 29 districts in Greater Accra recorded cases on the 1st of August. So it's only 7 districts in Greater Accra. That is spared so far. And Ashanti, 23 out of the 43 districts are actively reporting cases. Ayawaso West, Korle Klote, Accra Metro are key districts to watch. Ayawaso West, we have explained the rationale to that, but that is still a spread of the Accra Metro generally. Ashanti is also having increases in districts that were previously recorded no cases. These are Mansia Central, Achumakwa and Seche South. We are also having some hospital outbreaks, for which we are dealing with the hospital managers and the facility owners and the agencies responsible to ensure that the right systems are put in place to curtail any hospital outbreaks. So what has been the drivers to the current increase? The non-adherence to the protocols remains a main challenge. Inappropriate use of the face mask. Sometimes we say inappropriate because we realize that most people leave their house with their mask in their pocket. We went to an event and we asked that everybody should just wave their mask. And everybody waved their mask. And we asked them, please, wear them. Because they were all not wearing them. And I think we need to really imbibe that practice. You have no adherence to hand washing. You have Veronica bucket that have run out of water, or no soap, or no tissue. And I think we need to go back to that. The non-maintenance of the social distancing is becoming an issue. People are organizing all kinds of events across the country. That brings, without the necessary protocols, that brings challenges to the system and creates web. The Delta variant has a higher capacity for transmission, and as we speak now, is the dominant variant. It's taking over from the Alpha, particularly in Greater Accra. The last data we saw, about 79% of all the variant detected were Delta. And that means that we are in a different situation, that we will need to adhere to our protocol. The good thing is that you don't need any special protection. The very same protection of hand washing, social distancing, and wearing your mask is still what you need, whatever the variant you're dealing with. We still have the fact that many people are unvaccinated, but also we remind those who are vaccinated that they are not exempt. And they saw that at the airport, or people who have vaccinated, they were positive, repeated, we also said they're still positive. It is a known fact that you can still be infected because there's no vaccine that gives you 100% protection. The unfortunate thing is that in an environment where about 98% of those who are supposed to be vaccinated are not vaccinated, you are likely to transmit it to somebody who is unprotected. Because you are the vaccinated, you may not fall very sick. You may be able to sort of clear the virus in a very short time, but the other people will not have that opportunity. And so let's not use the advantage some of us have had to get vaccinated and use that to transmit to the unfortunate people. Non-adherence to home isolation and protocols in person with COVID-19. We're doing home management, and we do not have, we cannot isolate everybody, but those who we look at their environment that they can sort of self-isolate. Some of them are not obeying the protocols. We hear them in markets and etc. when the doctors are looking for them to see a follow-up on their issues. So these are the drivers for the thing, and we think we have all the answers. Are basically the protocol. There's been an issue of update on the verification of those who are vaccinated. We need to sort of work towards ensuring that data is correct. Names are spelled properly, especially those who are traveling. The ages are appropriate. We realized that a few issues in terms of the way the information that was shared to us. So we have currently opened a desk at the airport that anybody who is traveling, as soon as you cross Port Health, you have a desk there. You go, if you are fully vaccinated, go with your card. They will look at your system, validate that you are properly vaccinated, and then correct all the information and update it so that when you use the QR code, when you arrive, it will be able to show where your name is mixed up, it's not spelled properly, your age doesn't match, and then create a problem for us. So we open that. A significant number of people, about more than half of them, become validated, but we still have some where we have challenges with the data provided so that we can ensure that that is done. So the contact center is there, but also if you want to travel, we have time, you can also go to the district where you are vaccinated, and this verification can be done to ensure that your data is appropriately imputed and verified to matching very well what your real information is and what is in the database. So, Honorable, on the outlook is that the current trajectory of cases is with the slow adherence, pose a significant risk for us with a higher surge in this wave. The average cases per day likely to increase with attendant increase in severe and critical cases if nothing is done. The potential for negative income on outbreak on all sectors is very high because this has an effect on, has a knock-on effect on everything that we do in this country. And aggressive effort at reversing this trend is currently needed. We are currently expanded our ability to provide oxygen for those who are sick. We have ultra-negative fridges across the country so that we can access additionally all vaccines that are available and not limited to those that are only 2 to 8 degrees. We are engaging influencers to help us with the risk communication, and I'm sure the influencers are in this room and so you can all be part of the risk communication group and scale up everything, including public campaigns to ensure that we have that. And if you have a mask, give one to your neighbor. That will be helpful for those who don't have masks. So, Honorable Minister, we will just remind people about the protocols, and then we want to ensure that there's some enforcement, not necessarily by the security service, but ourselves that enforce. When you come to my office, you have to wear a mask. You have to come to your compound, you have to wear a mask. If you are coming to somebody's house, ensure that the person coming in is wearing a mask. These are all part of the enforcement that we can go on. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a good time to take your questions now, colleagues. As I mentioned, it's meant to be a quick briefing. If you have a question, now is the time to take it. Questions for FDA and for the Ghana Health Service. Ghana News Agency has questions. Are there any others? Okay, and then TV3 as well has questions.
Yeah, Doc. As you rightly said, enforcement is not necessary by the security agencies, by ourselves. But we are in a country whereby people are very recalcitrant and they are not prepared to comply with the directive. And I remember when this COVID started, the soldiers and the police were on the streets, and if you are not wearing mask, you were asked to get down from the vehicle. And I think it worked. But you said it's ourselves, and people are not complying. You have been telling us that these COVID safety protocols are not being adhered to. And for almost 3 weeks, we have been saying it, and the people are still not observing. Don't you think that the police and the military should come in to enforce it? Because it worked when the issue came up. And two, you said oxygen to those who are sick, ultra-negative fridges. I remember 2 weeks ago when you came, you said you're about to take delivery of 4 oxygen plants or so. Can you update us on it? I think these are
Thank you very much. TV3 had a question.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Joseph Armstrong. I'm with TV3. So just 2 questions with 1 follow-up. First of all, I just want to find out from you about a student who are among the infected cases. Have we recorded any death among them? And then also, about the issue of those coming from outside being quarantined at various hospitals. I have received a number of videos.
Hospitals or hotels?
Hotels.
Okay.
Hotels. I have received a number of videos with some of them asking us to come undercover at such places because what is happening there, they don't think what is happening there is a proper COVID protocol observation because, 1, they pick them from the airport the people that pick them, first of all, are not well geared up. They are not wearing any COVID protective clothes. They get to the hotels, they see people come and use the swimming pools in there, and that place is supposed to be a quarantine environment. But this is what is happening there. And also they spoke about the fact that if government is not taking up the cost, why don't you allow them quarantine themselves in their various, the Ministry of Health from time to time will be checking out on them, rather than keeping them there for them to pay so much money they claim they don't have. The last, that is a follow-up question. Are you satisfied with the, so far, are you satisfied with the protocols being observed by the Feed the Country demonstrators? Thank you.
Are there any further questions? That'll be it for our questions this morning. Are there any questions for the Food and Drugs Authority? No questions. Doc, so you wrap up for us.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure FDA is very clear. So, yes, we said enforcement should include ourselves. We've not ruled out other agencies participating in enforcement, and I think we'll be very happy if we see some enforcement as well coming in there. I'm sure the Honorable Minister may want to chip in on that. In terms of the update, yes, we have received oxygen plants currently installed at Ghana East, and so our oxygen challenges are significantly reduced. We are expecting a lot more oxygen to come in. We are expecting some plants on the 19th of August. That will be add to boost our capacity as far as oxygen is concerned, not just for Accra, but for the rest of the country. On the issue of ultra-negative fridges, I think the last time we gave you numbers, even the President also gave numbers. We have about 300 of them. We have about a large number, almost 48 of the larger 900cc fridges, for which at least every region can have 2, so that they can store enough of these vaccines should they be available. So we are not limited to just AstraZeneca or those we can store. So that gives us our capability to be able to deploy all types of vaccines and ability to attract more vaccines into the country. So that's just a number. We are also going to have smaller delivery vans that can also help us move vaccines quickly between region and between districts as quickly as possible. Recently, we have received support from UPS, about 16 of those fridges, and Cosmos also gave us a cold van to help us the service deliver oxygen vaccines across the country. For the students, we've only recorded a death, one death, and that is the person had COVID, but also a sickler. Otherwise, we've not had any. He had a sickle cell disease. We've not had any deaths so far from the students. On the issue of the hotels, for example, for those who you are in your room, okay, and so they are served in their rooms. There are times they are allowed to come and sit some open spaces, but they are not mixing with the general population. If you are being asked to roam around alone, some of those hotels, there will be sometimes nobody there apart from those of them who are there. And I don't know what they call PPEs. I'm wearing an N95 mask, and that's all I need to stand before a patient who is positive. I don't need a cap, I don't need gloves, I don't need a whole gown, etc. to do that. So if they are expecting people to dress that way, that is not what it is. When you are going to do treatment on people who are very sick and they are not wearing masks, etc., that is when you need to have the full gear. And so when we say PPE, you are wearing PPE. I'm wearing one. So,
Doc, sometimes when we watch the movies, they are wearing a full hazmat suit.
Yes,
so that's what they're talking about.
That is for specific cases. What you are dealing with will determine how much more material we wear, gloves, boots, and gum boots, etc., caps, etc. That's the difference. If you go to Ghana, you see them there. But not even when it's when they are moving in. That thing is very hot. You can't wear it for too long. So they move in, and within 20, 30 minutes, they have to come out. And someone else will go in and just take their breath and go back. So if they're expecting that, that's not what you expect. After all, there are people in town who are, you don't even know they are positive. That's why we say you don't know who is positive. Just wear your mask. That's all the PPE you need. The self-quarantine, we've tried that before. And you call, follow up, and then the person, oh, I'm busy, I'm in a funeral, I'm in the market. And we also have ways of following you up. Even if you make a call, we can see where you are standing. And you see people in Kaswa everywhere not adhering. So obviously the adherence was poor. And that's why we moved from the we were at the airport, we were asking them to self-isolate at home. National security go and see your environment. If they feel you can self-isolate and not expose people in the household, they go, you have only one room for 4 people, definitely you have to put you in a government isolating center. But so, that's what it is. That's why we moved away from that. Adherence and compliance was very poor. The last one is, I've not followed that very much. I see demonstrations on TV. Yes, some of them are not wearing masks. And ideally, if that will not take place, that such mass gathering will not take place, that would be the ideal thing. But when it's happening, people must be able to respect the social distancing and wear their PPEs. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Doc, please resume your seat. We're grateful to yourself and the Food and Drugs Authority that on a holiday morning like this you joined us. And colleagues, we are grateful to you that you made time to join us. Please let the country know these are the details, and we must be fully responsible for our safety first. Thank you. Wish you all the best.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak their part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
it is my tao ya diabo we are nano we are me frère me yonko kwachu me frère ya wamfao ya sikoro deneko enti corona sani ya wudi abanono dia enemy to me enti corona sani ya wudi abanono dia enemy to me go back to hello 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 yawa in shi won bai kama mutumin da ka sani ba kaka bari ankalin ke maka kaman komai bai faru magana ya zo kun sana min kwa juma mitifie min kona menyaba ni amedia ya samu mehramma na jo na mada facial mask masha sanitizer me yusuwa awasa me ba me ho ban nanso wa uchire kumio enti corona sani awudi abanono dia enemy to me enti corona sani awudi abanono dia enemy to me go back to hello 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 government of the people government for the people government by the people you make us feel like the people thanks for the awareness campaign the public education and testing and even though I am in pain I no go drop my mask and sanitizer. This no be time for politics. I try to be a #1 citizen. She won't gani yabari na izafi. Yang kuri alla kapa benio. Enti corona. Sani ya udi abanono dia. Enemy to me. Enti corona. Sani ya udi abanono dia. Enemy to me, go back to hell, 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 go back to hell. Baby girl, no be say I am foolish. It be like saying now your love will go kill me. When it comes to you, my heart is weak. Oh. I want to buy for you. Woo woo, I go be your Kanye West, make you be my Kim Kardashian. Show you love where you never see her. Take you holiday for Santorini. I wanna make you my queen. Me say, would on a kick me? Oh him, I would on what we give me. Oh him, I kick me. Ohima agogo me odo ye wu me se wodo na kiki me ohima wodo no wa wiki me ohima kiki me ohima agogo me izo musharu anso yeya izo musharu anso yeya izo musharu anso yeya Musharu and so yeah. You know be say other girls know they find me. Them fit to find but that feeling know they catch me. You know be joke butterflies for my stomach. Nansonya chumfu ase wa mundi. Them they tell you say I be liar. Ya say manu fufu mini dawa. Plenty girls are they smoke like tava.
Oba forget them, it be agenda. I kick me. Oh him ma, we don't know where we kill me. Oh him ma, I kick me. Oh him ma, I go me. Oh do you woman say we don't I kick me. Oh him ma, we don't know where we kill me. Oh him ma, I kick me. Oh him ma, I go me. Kizo musharu anso yeah. Kizo musharu anso yeah. Kizo musharu anso yeah. Kizo musharu anso yeah. Odo feeling yedi. Odo usanga fole. Odo me se feeling yedi. Odo usanga fole. Odo me se feeling yedi. Odo usanga fole. Odo me se feeling yedi. Odo usanga fole. I kick me. Oh hemma we don't know where we kick me. Oh hemma I kick me. Oh hemma I go me. Odo ye woman say we don't I kick me. Oh hemma we don't know where we kick me. Oh hemma I kick me. Oh hemma I go me. So musharu anso yeah. Kizo musharu anso yeah. Kizo musharu anso yeah. Kizo musharu anso yeah. Abra kwantu yeti awate. Obiani mni ebesich na wate. Bansana abinda de farugo beba. Musamu hankuri marayu wandunia. And now what me chena wakami it be the last thing for my mind oh. Lefe kankan wanda muke majuna. Befi mutama mutani hakanaba. Show love. It no be much if I prove your love. Yeah, show love to the person close to your heart. Show love. It no be much if I prove your love. Yeah, show love to the person dear to your heart. If we say near man kitten no near the chair or door. Near man kitten no near the chair or door. Near man kitten no near the chair or door. Near man kitten no near the chair or door. Ayaw sa abere pa na so abere ni ho. Udi mi huni yanka nanso na kechire wate. Ayaw sa abere pa na so abere ni ho. Ugosrano anka anyasa usu anu hunne. Yeah. Usanga ye. Yeah. My foot is some near what? There are some na becano. One fan to no fool. One fan to no cottage moate. Na babu ano wa. Tia. I say, Fachacha phone no na fera wo tofo. Sa wo don't know how ubenya beramano. Enya de bia na ubenya ni say say na wo don't know tia sinkwe mu. Fachacha phone no na fera wo tofo. Sa wo don't know how ubenya beramano. Enya de bia na ubenya ni say na wo don't know tia sinkwe mu. Show love. It no be much if I prove your love. I say show love to the person close to your heart. Show love, oh, you know, be my for prove your love. Show love, oh, to the person dear to your heart. If we say, near man kitten, no, near the chair, oh, near man kitten, no, near the chair, oh, Usanga.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV. From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV. From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV. From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV. From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV. From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV. From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV. From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV. From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Yes, table. Please take notes. Page 23, page 24. Page number 25. Yes,
24 and 25, the same issue. Comma after Thursday on I. Then 25 on trade, industry and tourism. Comma after T.
Well. Are you okay?
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Poverty Reduction started 2 meetings yesterday, but only one is recorded in the votes. The other one is not there.
Honorable, we are looking at what took place in the chamber. Page number 26. And finally, page 27. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the 41st sitting of the second meeting of the first session held yesterday, Thursday, 5th August 2021, as corrected, are adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, Honorable Majority Whip.
Speaker, I'm afraid to seek your leave to vary the order of the questions relating to item 5 and start instead with 239 in that order for the minister responsible for railway development, after which we can come back and take it in the normal order. Speaker.
So, Honorable, you are the questioner.
Speaker, rightly so. And I'm not seeking your leave because of that.
Well. So, Honorable Minister for Railways Development, may you take your seat, please. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I had an urgent question for the Minister for Interior. The question was unable to be taken. Now today it is not on the other paper. Given the fact that we may rise today, I want to seek your guidance as to how or what arrangements have been made for that question, be it an urgent one, to be answered.
Well, Honorable Member, I sitting here deals with what is before me. I cannot actually answer as to why your question was not taken yesterday, and again why your question is not appearing on today's paper. So let's deal with the table and our hips and see how to address the issue. But me sitting here, I'm dealing with what is before me. It is not before me today. So we'll go ahead and deal with the questions before me. So, Honorable Member for Nsawam-Aduajuri, you may ask your question to the Minister.
Speaker, with the greatest of respect, because of the records and for the sake of the records, yesterday, yes, the Honorable Member is right, but the Minister had brought a formal correspondence, and he was even in the House, and I engaged through my deputy, I engaged and informed the member that the Minister had written officially to say that the answers were not ready. So the member will have to exercise some restraint and patience. If it is related to Minister of Interior, then that is the response to the Honorable Member.
Well. Honorable, I think...
Mr. Speaker, I agree that he spoke to me about the inability of the Interior Minister to answer the question yesterday. But what I'm asking is that the question is an urgent one. We may rise today. What arrangements are being made for this issue to be addressed?
Honorable Member, that is why I have said I deal with issues that are before me, deal with the clerks and the table, so that they'll give us the appropriate time. Unfortunately, it might not be today, but that is the situation. So, for me, allow me to go ahead with my duties. So, Honourable Member for Sawama Diojuri, you may ask your question.
Speaker, grateful. So I rise to ask the Minister for Railways Development why trains are not running on the Accra to Tema and Accra to Insaom railway lines after spending millions of Ghana cedis to rehabilitate these lines. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the track rehabilitation works on the specific line were successfully completed, allowing for the resumption of passenger rail services on the Accra-Tema route in January 2019. Mr. Speaker, the passenger rail services on Accra-Swan route also resumed in 2020 following successful rehabilitation works. Subsequent to the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in Ghana in March, Mr. Speaker, all passenger rail services across the country were suspended due to the non-adherence to the prescribed safety protocols by the passengers. Mr. Speaker, as part of the effort to address the perennial flooding that occurs in Aveno near the Kwame Nkrumah interchange, the Hydrological Service Department is currently undertaking construction of a concrete drain across the railway track. The top slab of the concrete drain, Mr. Speaker, as I speak today, has been completed and it's undergoing the process of curing. Mr. Speaker, after the completion of the construction, the approaches of the culvert will be filled and the tracks will be laid back to allow for test runs and certifications by the Ghana Railway Development Authority before the commencement of the shuttle services will begin. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Tema section of the line is therefore expected to be reopened for passenger services by the 4th week of August 2021. Mr. Speaker, I want to know that apart from the curing of the concrete mentioned above currently undergoing its strengths, similar culvert construction works are also being undertaken across the line at Taifa. The construction of the culvert at its early stage and would be constructed 40 meters away from the existing trench in order not to allow for water from the existing drain to flood and cause delays in the construction of the work. Mr. Speaker, from mobilization to completion of the culvert, a period of between 14 to 13 weeks will be needed. Tentatively, test runs may commence on the line at the end of October 2021, pending subsequent certification by the Ghana Railway Development Authority for commencement of the passenger services between Accra and Iswan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let me crave your indulgence. We have so many questions, and apart from that, we have so many issues to deal with today. So I will only give the supplementary questions to the questioner himself. I'm not allowing any other member to ask supplementary questions. So, Honourable Member.
Speaker, I don't have any supplementary question to this particular one. So, with your leave, I'll go on to the next question.
Very well. So we move to question number 240, which stands the name of Honorable Member for Nsawam Adwajiri.
Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Railways Development the latest update on plans to complete the Western Railway line to support the integrated aluminium industry, especially the completion of the railway sections of the Dunkwa to Awaso to Nyinahini railway line, particularly the timelines involved. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Western Railway Line section is as projected above for convenience of members of this August House. The existing Western Line, which is from Takrady to Kumasi, with a branch line from Dunkwa to Awaso, used to be one of the major routes for transportation of major minerals and other bulk commodities in the country. We've witnessed in the past where commodities like manganese, bauxite, cocoa, timber, cement, petroleum products, and many, Mr. Speaker, of our mining equipment were transported along that route. The haulage of these commodities, Mr. Speaker, by rail reduces the challenge of using road transport and also reduce the traffic density on our roads in attempt to maintain the lifespan of this road, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, due to several decades of neglect and underfunding by successive governments, the Western Line is completely broken down, except for partial freight services on the Takrady Nsuta section, which is used for the haulage and export of manganese to the Takrady port. Mr. Speaker, the current government, under his leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has adopted a systematic approach to gradually develop the Western Line in accordance with the Railway Master Plan. Mr. Speaker, as depicted above, a section of 15 kilometers of the line from Takrady to Sekendi through Kojokrom has been completed on a dual gauge with a capability to be converted from the present narrow gauge into a standard gauge. Currently ongoing, Mr. Speaker, is the development of a section of the Western Line from Kojokrom to Manso, a distance of 22 kilometers. Again, the construction is being undertaken by Amandi Holding Limited with funding from Government of Ghana, and this project is expected to be completed by the end of the second quarter of 2022. Mr. Speaker, a contract has also been signed with Amandi for the construction of works from Takrady Port to Huni Valley, with funding from a loan facility from the Dutch Bank. The scope of the work along this section, Mr. Speaker, includes the construction of approximately 8 kilometers of standard gauge rail tracks connecting the existing dual gauge tracks from Takrady to Takrady Port for ease and efficient access for cargo handling. The work also again includes the conversion of 10.6 kilometers existing dual gauge tracks between Takrady and Kojokrom from narrow gauge to standard gauge. The construction of a bypass section along the Kojokrom to Manso section of the Western Line at Eshen to enhance the speed of the final infrastructure and also meet the requirement and specification of the Review Railway Master Plan. Mr. Speaker, the works include the construction of rail line from Manso to Huni Valley, approximately 69 kilometers of central track line, including 10 kilometers of lines, loops, and stations, double lines to improve availability of the line for express trains and give priority to passengers over cargo lines. The work further includes the construction of approximately 4,000 square meters workshop facilities for standard gauge rolling stock, including fit-out machinery and equipment. Furthermore, the work includes the supply of rolling stock, including 2 units of cargo locomotives at 3,500 horsepower engine capacity and 64 minerals wall guns to support the initial operation of the new standard gauge infrastructure. Supply of standard gauge track maintenance equipment is also part. Mr. Speaker, the project is expected to commence by October 2021 after the completion of the environmental and social assessment and also value for money assessment. The project duration, Mr. Speaker, is 42 months. Mr. Speaker, the northern section of the Western Line also commenced as follows. Kumasi to Kase, or Kumasi Edum to Kase, which is about 6 kilometers, is to be undertaken by David Walters Limited with funding from Government of Ghana. The time for completion of this work is 12 months from an official commencement date. Mr. Speaker, from Kase to Obuasi, 63 kilometers, it's also currently under contract with Afcon Infrastructure Limited. This will develop the section of the line from Kase through Edwarden to Obuasi, a total distance of about 63 kilometers. This project, Mr. Speaker, is expected to be financed through an external facility from the Dutch Bank after obtaining the necessary approval from Cabinet and Parliament. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the project documents are before Cabinet for approval. Mr. Speaker, for the remaining section of the Western Line, government is making effort to secure funding from its development. Currently, discussions are far advanced and ongoing with China Railway Wuju Construction Company to implement for the development of that section from Huni Valley to Dunkwa, a distance of 75 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, funding arrangements are also ongoing with the China Construction Bank and United Bank of Africa for this particular project. Government, Mr. Speaker, is also exploring other possibilities of developing section of the Western Line from Dunkwa to Nyinahini through Awaso, 137 kilometers, in partnership with a private sector Telo Group from South Africa in line with the current PPA Act 2020. The 35-kilometer section, as seen above, with the Speaker of the line from Dunkwa to Obuasi, will also be developed to complete the entire section of the Western Line by the year 2024 to facilitate the government aggressive agenda and the implementation of the integrated bauxite development program being pursued by the current government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable, any supplementary question?
Speaker, I have no supplementary question.
Very well. Then you move to question number 241. That stands in your name again. So, Honorable, you may.
Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Railways Development the current status of the Tema-Akosombo railway project.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ongoing construction of the Tema-Akosombo line of about 97.7 kilometers standard gauge railway line from Tema Port to Mpakadan to connect the Volta Lake transport system is about 85% complete and is expected to be set and handed over to government by the end of the first quarter of 2022. The line includes the construction of a major railway bridge measuring about 300 meters across the Volta River between Senche and Old Akrade, which is progressing steadily. The project is being done by Afcon Construction Limited and being financed under the Indian Exim Bank Credit Facility which was approved by this August House. Mr. Speaker, the project was originally scheduled to be completed by July 2021, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the project has significantly delayed. The rig, which currently being used by the contractor, Mr. Speaker, Afcon Construction, for the rail bridge has again also sunk into the lake, and the contractor is therefore facing some technical challenges for the ongoing construction works, which has contributed significantly to the delay in the project completion date. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned earlier, the ongoing construction of the 97.7 standard gauge railway line from Tema Port to Mpakadan, it's about 85% complete and is expected to be fully handed over to government by 2023. In order to ensure the availability of standard gauge rolling stock to facilitate the commission and the initial operationalization of the Tema-Akosombo railway line, a lease purchase agreement has also been signed with a supplier for the supply of 2 sets of high-speed diesel multiple units, trains, equipment, and spare parts, which is expected to be delivered within the next 8 to 12 months. Mr. Speaker, a supplier credit facility from Downfall Electric International Corporation has also been approved by this August House for the supply of new standard gauge locomotives, wagons, and coaches. A number of these new rolling stock, Mr. Speaker, will be deployed for freight and passenger operations within the Tema-Mpakadan line after its completion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member needs to supplement the question.
Yes, indeed, Speaker. Speaker, as part of the Minister's answers, he had indicated that the DMUs are expected to be delivered within a period of 8 to 12 months. I'm sure the Minister appreciates the essence of these. Are you able to tell the good people of this country whether or not this promise is likely to be fulfilled? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the specifications and detailed design with purchase and delivery programs as assigned to the supplier, we expect this equipment to be delivered to sites within the 8 to 12 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Member.
Speakers, I don't have any further follow-up. Thank you.
Very well. So you move to question number 373. That stands the name Abu Daniel Ohinidako. Honourable, it appears your question is almost the same as the previous question that has been answered. Is that not so?
Yeah, that is so, Mr. Speaker. But I just want to add a bit to it.
Okay, very well. So you may ask the question.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Well, going back to what Honourable Anodompre has just said.
He's not hearing. He's not listening. Who released you to go?
Mr. Speaker, going back to what Honourable Anodompre has just said, Mr. Speaker, sometime in August 2025,
he's not listening.
No, he's not listening. The legal head or the head of legal. Are you listening to me?
Honourable members, please, order. Yes. So are you asking the substantive question or you are shifting to supplementary question?
Let me read my substantive question.
Very well.
It's similar to what Honourable Anodompre. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Honourable Minister for Railway Development when the Tema-Akosombo in Mpakadan railway line will be completed and operationalized. That's the question.
Honorable, it's almost the same question, so you will be allowed to ask supplementary questions based on the answers he has given.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sometime in December 4th, 2019, the Minister of Railway Development assured the President that the project will be completed in August 2020. That did not materialize. Then in August 2020, that's August 25th, the Railway Development, as per the contractor, that is Afcon Construction, also indicated that the project will be completed in March 2021. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Honorable Minister, when specifically are they going to complete the project? Because the days keep on changing.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as stated earlier on, I mentioned the project is expected to be completed in the first quarter of 2022. And that timeline is what we have adhered to as a management team of the project. Mr. Speaker, I also did mention that the COVID-19 pandemic had delayed the project beyond the initial completion date, which was envisaged in 2021 of this year, October. Because of that and other technical difficulties that we have experienced, for instance, what I mentioned about the fact that the drilling rig that they were using to drill had sunk, and therefore the difficulty of lifting the drilling rig back is becoming a technical problem. So this has prolonged the project duration to the first quarter of 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable, any further supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, one more. Mr. Speaker, incidentally, I live just by the railway track around the MF estate at Mateko. And I realized that the line is a single track. But looking at our modern age, where railway transportation has become a very source transportation, a very important source, can the minister explain why it is a single track and not a double track? Because if one line, a train is moving to one direction, there's no other track that will be coming from the opposite direction. Can he explain to us in this modern age why construction of a railway line will be a single track instead of a double track?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you are all aware, the fiscal space of this country is very limited, and because of construction costs, there are more technical advanced ways of running a railway even within the single track system. And that is why the idea of signaling and branch lines comes along the single track. You will notice that most countries that have double line system, some of the lines are actually not being used. And so what this current government is trying to adapt, because of the closed fiscal space that we have, is high-level signaling methodology, which will make it possible for two lines to run, at the same time. It doesn't necessarily mean that one rail will have to start from point A and end at point B before the other one comes. Along the line, you will see branches, and the signaling will determine at what time you branch off for other lines to run it. So this is the system that we are running. As and when facilities become available and there's more need for traffic density on our rail, we will always go back and expand on the rail lines, as we currently do even within the road infrastructure, where we have single lane, but as time goes on, we expand to double lane. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We are grateful to you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are hereby discharged. Let me invite the Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways. Yes, let me invite Honorable Member for Busa South, Clement A. Apak, to ask his urgent question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways why 25 persons with disabilities are employed to work at toll booths in the Greater Accra region as part of government's program to employ 50% of persons with disabilities to work at toll booths across the country have been sacked.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are a total of 37 number bridge and road toll stations across the country. Out of this number, 18 are being managed by the Ghana Highway Authority, whilst the remaining 19 are managed by a private entity. Mr. Speaker, the total number of workers employed at the toll stations are 661, out of which 282 are persons with disabilities, which constitute 43%. There are 9 toll stations located within the Greater Accra region and are being managed by Mrs. Tolls and Roads Management Limited, TRML. The total number of workers engaged in these stations is 273, out of which 93 are PWDs, which constitute 34%. Mr. Speaker, in May 2020, it came to the attention of the Ministry of Roads and Highways that some PWDs have been sacked. The ministry immediately instituted investigation into the matter. It was revealed that from November 2019 to May 2021, 17 PWDs appointments were terminated for various offenses, such as financial malfeasance, absenteeism, lateness, among others. Mr. Speaker, 16 out of the 17 were replaced with PWDs as and when the appointments were terminated, and 1 has been reinstated. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the appointment of 17 PWDs were terminated and replaced with PWDs and not 25. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would submit this to the Minister after this question, which is a petition by disabled toll workers of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the Minister indeed has admitted that some persons with disabilities who are employed to work at toll booths have been sacked. He indicates that some of the reasons have to do with financial malfeasance, absenteeism, and lateness. Mr. Speaker, I would want to know if the ministry set up a committee to investigate, and if so, can he share with this House a copy of the committee's report on this matter?
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did indicate in my answer that the toll booths involved had been ceded to a third party, and I gave the name of the third party company. Therefore, those employed were on the pay sheet and on the employment list of that company. So they were not employed directly by the ministry. The company, therefore, bears liability and responsibility for those working in the toll booths vicariously. So it's not up to my ministry to do that. However, because of the interest we have in those working in our toll booths, particularly the PWDs, because it's a unique government policy, the investigation established that prima facie evidence were there in almost all of them, and they went through the processes, and the investigation revealed that the employees involved were given the opportunity, for the sake of natural justice, to explain themselves, and it's that we do not compromise because of only ulterior party. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit confused. I thought the minister had suggested that his ministry conducted the investigation. But if my understanding is that his ministry did not, and it was the company, Tolls and Routes Management Limited, I would have thought that he would have taken an interest as a minister to verify the claims and charges made against these persons who are beneficiaries of a unique government policy, as he has admitted. Because the persons who have been affected, the reasons that they have also assigned to the infractions for which they have lost their jobs are different from what the minister presented. So, did the ministry conduct the investigation, or...
Hold on. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I'll plead with my honourable colleague. The rules relating to question time are spelled out in Order 67. You start by proffering your personal opinion and arguing the case before you come to ask a question. Mr. Speaker, my colleague should be minded of Order 67 1B. A question shall not contain any arguments, expressions of your personal opinions. A question should not be loaded with such. Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind my colleague of Order 67 1B.
Very well. So, Honourable Member, just be guided.
I am guided,
just
Mr.
ask
Speaker.
the question.
I am guided, Mr. Speaker.
From the answer you
I am guided, Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, the leader of the House is somebody we all learn from. Mr. Speaker, so the question is this. Can the minister share with this House the report of the investigation that was conducted as far as this issue is concerned?
Yes, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, can you repeat the question?
Mr. Speaker, the minister in his answer indicated that an investigation was conducted. So I am asking whether the minister can share with this House the report of that investigation or the outcome of that investigation in the form of a report.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that was not contained in his original question, but if he wants any further information, any further clarification, I believe my colleague knows the rules of this House and the orders. If he puts in a question to that effect, it will be responded to. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So we move to question number 205. That stands the name of a member for Adentan. But before then, honorable members, please kindly permit me to suspend the House for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member for Adentan, you may now ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the contractor working on the St. Peter's Ogojo Police Station road project will come back to site. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Adenta is the capital of the Adenta municipality in the Greater Accra region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no program for the St. Peter's to Ogodo Police Station road. The future program for this road is, Mr. Speaker, engineering design studies will be conducted by the end of December 2021 for consideration under subsequent budgets when funds are available. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question I was asking was when the contractor was going to come back to site. The reason why I asked that was sometime around 2016, the drains were constructed. Some earthworks was also done on the stretch of the road, but since the change of administration, I mean, nothing has happened on that road again. So I'm a bit surprised that the minister is saying that it's not being earmarked. That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So what is the question?
No, I mean...
You don't have any supplementary question?
Yes, I don't have any.
Very well.
Thank you.
Then you may take your second question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise once again to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the status of the construction of the bridge on the road from Swaha Adma School down to Obojo and the bridge on the Abubakar Siddiq to Obojo road section. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, Adenta is the capital of the Adenta municipality in the Greater Accra region. Currently, the Department of Urban Roads is undertaking engineering design studies to determine an appropriate hydraulic structure for the location that will allow connection from the Swaha ADMA school to Obojo. Mr. Speaker, the department is also packaging the construction of a double cell 4x4 meters reinforced concrete bus culvert in collaboration with the Adenta Municipal Roads Department to connect the communities on the Abubakar Siddiq Road to the Obojo Road. The execution of the program will be considered under the 2022 annual budget, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Very well. Honorable, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, I was asking for the status of the construction of the road because I'm aware that this bridge had been awarded in November of 2020 to a company called B5 Prestige Limited, and by the CODA, Coastal Development Authority, and it was to take 5 months. So the reason why I asked the question was that 5 months had elapsed since November. So I was asking to elicit from the minister what the status of the road is, but from his answer, it appears the minister doesn't or is not aware of the project that has already been awarded to the tune of $1 million Ghana cedis, awarded in November, hoping to have been completed in 5 months. And we're well in the 8th month now, or the 9th or 10th month. It's not been done. So if the Honorable Minister can please tell me what the status is.
So what your question is?
Yeah, so he should please, he's not aware, so if he's aware of this CODA project that has been awarded. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, are you aware that that particular bridge has been given to a particular contractor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for this information. I am not aware of what he's talking about, but in our database, there is no work on this particular bridge. That is why we are working on it, and that is why the Department of Urban Roads is doing all the studies. And they have even come out to commend a 4x4 meter reinforced bus culvert because of the topography of the area and the estimated volume of water. So this is what is ideal for the place. So I will make use of this information, and I believe nothing has started. So we shall cross-check, and I thank you for this information. But the most important thing is that we are working to work on this bridge because it falls within our ministry. And normally, if any road project is to be done by any agency, they are even supposed to seek authorization from my ministry, Cocoa Board works on road projects, but Cocoa Board will not just go on its own to pick roads and work on. We have to cede the roads to them. They agree with us. Mining companies work on some roads. They come to us and we cede those roads to them. At the same time, the technical people are in my ministry. So all the road projects going on around the country, whether it's being funded through Cocoa Board or the mining companies or whatever, still it comes under the supervision of engineers from Ministry of Roads and Highways. That's why I am surprised about that. But I think it's a vital information, Mr. Speaker, and I will make use of it. And the two of us can work together to get it resolved. But the good news for you is that it's being taken care of. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much,
Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Maybe I should also be shouting here in support of this. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very grateful if the Minister would indulge to undertake a working visit to ascertain the situation there. It's close to a school, and the school kids sometimes have to go through the drain to get out, and it's really risky. And with the rainy season coming up, it's a problem. So I'll be glad if the Minister would indulge us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So we move to question number 208. That stands the name of member for Krote Kole, Honorable Dr. Senator Ajima Lawrence. Honorable member, the minister is around. You may ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the roads in Krote Kole constituency will be asphalted. The following roads: Esefo Road, Akoshi Road, Odanta Road, Paradise Street, Farah Avenue, Salem Avenue, Abebrese Street, Aulakwakwa Street, Justice Anidiage Street, and Salvation Link. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Osu is the capital of Kole Krote municipality of the Greater Accra region. Mr. Speaker, currently the following programs are in place concerning these roads, namely Esefo Road, Adantan Street Road, Paradise Street Road, Salem Avenue Road, Ewura Papa Street Road, Justice Annie Jagi Street Road, and Salvation Link Road. Mr. Speaker, the above roads have been packaged as part of the project titled Asphalt Overlay of Selected Roads in Asylum Down, Ridge, and Osu, totaling 5.80 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the contract was awarded on 3rd August 2020 and were commenced on 14 September 2020 for completion on 13 September 2021. The contractor has mobilized to site and has completed base treatment of several distressed sections of roadways in preparation to receive asphaltic concrete surfacing. Ewura Papa Street. Mr. Speaker, the above road has also been packaged as part of the project titled Asphalt Overlay of Selected Roads in Osu, measuring 20 kilometers. The contract was awarded on 11th May 2020 and commenced on 7th July 2020 for completion on 6 May 2022. The contractor has completed asphalt concrete overlay with base strengthening on the following roads: Aduache Street, 1,080 meters, Mission Street and Link, 396 meters, Mesobu Crescent, 1,067 meters, Okudan Road and Link, 242 meters, and Osu La Crescent, 35 meters. The Speaker, progress of work is estimated at 9% physical completion. The contractor is actively on site. Akoshi Street and Farah Avenue Street. Mr. Speaker, there is no program for the above roads. However, Mr. Speaker, the future program for these two roads is that engineering assessment will be conducted by the end of December 2021 to determine the appropriate maintenance intervention. The execution will be considered under subsequent budgets. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, you have supplementary question?
Yes, Right Honourable.
I thought that the answer was exhaustive.
Right Honourable Speaker, not quite.
Anyway, you may ask supplementary question.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Could the Minister kindly clarify why the Farah Avenue and Akoshi Street are not included in this, especially as Farah Avenue is a high traffic area, and I'm sure a lot of members of Parliament use that particular street, which actually it's not the upper part that's near the psychiatric hospital. It's after the traffic light down towards the circle side. I'm just wondering why that was excluded, given that it's such a major road and the road is quite damaged. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't have agreed more with my honourable colleague, and I believe she should be a happy person in the sense that a lot of his roles are being tackled, and it's one after the other, and the Farah Avenue and the Agoshi Street are not left out, I can assure you. My answer indicates that we would have come into firm grip of what has to be done by the close of the year, that is 2021 December. And as all the other streets are going on, work on the rest of the streets are going on, I want to assure you that I will keep close eye on this project, and they will never be stalled. And by the close of the year, the two others would have joined the stream. So I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member Yorkie. Well, okay, last one.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. I would like to find out from the Honourable Minister why there's the roads in the Osu sector will take 2 years to complete, given that the level of completion on the Osu side is 9% as opposed to 5% in the Asylum Down sector, because some of the roads are also in quite a bad state. So it's just inquiring why it will take 2 years, whereas the prior one says it will take about a year to completion.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he is asking about the duration, the time it takes to finish work on the respective roads as aforementioned. Yes, the duration depends upon the state of the road. Because what is being done in your constituency is to bring all the roads under asphaltic concrete. And asphalt is an overlay. And you can only do the overlay if the base is well treated. And it takes time to stabilize the base of the road before you put the asphalt overlay. In some areas, you have to do a lot of pothole patching. In fact, in some areas, you even have to do a major work of sectional treatment. You may have to do sectional patching before you stabilize the base and put the overlay on. So every stretch of road calls for its treatment depending upon the nature of the road. That's why you cannot prescribe same completion time for all roads. Each street is taken on its own merit. But the most important thing is that we work with speed and we want to ensure quality work. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, we move to question number 209.
Nothing is going on.
That stands in the name of a member for Nalugo Gambaga constituency, Honourable Seidu Isifu. Honourable, you may ask your question.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I appreciate this opportunity. Right, Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the road from Nalergu to Gwintiri will be completed. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Nalelugo is the regional capital of Northeast Region. The road from Nalelugo to Gwintiri is a regional road known as R151 and is 46 kilometers long. The first 2 kilometers within Nalelugo town is bituminous surface and in good condition, while the remaining 44 kilometers gravel surface is under construction. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the 44 kilometer gravel section of the road is under 2 separate contracts for upgrading to bituminous surface. The first contract is started upgrading of Nalerugu town roads measuring 4 kilometers. It was awarded on 24th October 2016. The project was relocated to the section between kilometer 2 to kilometer 6 of the Nalerugu-Gwintiri road for upgrading to bituminous surface. The project commenced on 8th November 2016 and was originally scheduled for completion on 7th November 2017. The project completion date has been extended to 7th September 2021. To date, the contractor has executed the following works. 1. Roadside clearing 100%. 2. Earthworks 95%. 3. Soft base 95%. 4. Base also 95%. 5, trauma seal 75%. 6, seal is 0 and road line marking and signs 0. The progress of work is 65% physical completion. The second contract is titled Upgrading of Narerugu-Guntri Road. That is from kilometer 6 to kilometer 46. Mr. Speaker, the project commenced on 19th May 2020 and is scheduled for completion on 18th May 2023. The project is ongoing. The contractor has executed clearing, widening road, and failed to raise the road up to formation level on some sections. Substantial concrete work, such as construction of pipe culverts, box culverts, and new drains, have been executed. Mr. Speaker, the physical work progress is estimated at 27% completion, and the contractor is on site, and work is progressing satisfactorily. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Very well. Honorable Member, exhaustive answer.
Thank you, Right Honorable
right?
Speaker. Right Honorable
You still want
Speaker.
to ask question? Anyway, go ahead.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I can confirm all that the Minister is saying, and I appreciate his response to my question. But my first question has to do with the completion time for the Narerugu Township project. From the Minister's response, he's saying that the project will be completed on the 7th of September 2021, which means that we are just left with 4 weeks to completion. So I want to find out if the Minister is still committed to this completion date that he is giving. Thank you.
Yes, Minister, are you committed to the date?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. And Mr. Speaker, I thank my honorable colleague for his honest admission of the great work being done. He is a lucky MP. He inherited a very prosperous constituency so far as roads are concerned. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague that so far as we are concerned, we are committed to that date because that is the date given to the contractor. And the contractor has not put in any application for extension of time. And if you glance through the update on the work done on the various scope of works, you can see that they have all reached what we call substantial completion stage. Roadside clearing is even 100%. The rest are all around 95%. So we still hold the contractor to that date. The seal is 0 and the road line markings and signs 0. But don't forget, work is going on. And for the road line markings and signs, depending upon the length of the road, it could take only 2-3 days, to put them up. So once the contractor has not put in any application for extension of time. I believe that he knows what he's doing and he will be able to deliver within the time, and we hold the contractor to that time. But in case anything comes between now and that completion period, I want to assure you that it will be granted to enable the contractor do a very good job for the people of Nalerugu and its environs. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, last question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the second contract that stretches from Nalerugu to Gwentiri was awarded for a period of 3 years, and 27% of the work is done, and that is barely 1 year into the project. So it looks like that one is moving steadily and it is on course. I want to find out from the minister what he is going to do to keep the contractor on site to the completion date so that we could hand over this contract to the people, the project to the people for them to use. Thank you.
Yes, Minister, may you want to answer the question?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the most important thing is that all the contractors are on site and they are working. And once they have not abandoned site, it behoves the employer, which is government, to ensure intermittent payment to the contractor to enable them carry out the work. That one, I can assure you, government will do to ensure that the timelines are kept. And I can also give you another information which obviously will gladden your heart. The road will not end at Gwentiri. I don't know how far your constituency extends, but Gwentiri to Kulungugu, covering a distance of 104 kilometers, has also been awarded, and the contractor is there and is continuing that project. So if your constituency extends beyond Gwentiri, then I want to use this opportunity to assure you that Gwentiri-Kulungugu Road has been awarded and the contractor is mobilizing to site. Thank you very much.
Very well. Honorable member, I could see you are nodding your head. You are happy, eh? Anyway, you may take your second substantive question. That's question number 210.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Nalerugu-Nakpanduli Road will be completed. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Nalerugu is the regional capital of Northeast Region. The road from Nalerugu to Nakpanduli forms part of the interregional road IR 11 and is 25.8 kilometers long. The road is gravel surface and in poor condition. Mr. Speaker, currently the Nalerugu-Nakpanduli road is under construction as part of the contract titled, and I quote, upgrading of Nalerugu to Nakpanduli Road, measuring 25.8 kilometers, Bendi-Nakpanduli Road, measuring 15.2 kilometers, and resealing of Nakpanduli to Bendi Road, measuring 27 kilometers. The total length of this northeast road, known as Route 1, is 68 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the critical road projects. The project commenced on 14th April 2020 and is scheduled for completion on 13th April 2023. The Narugo-Nakanduri Road is to be upgraded to bituminous surface. Mr. Speaker, the project is ongoing. The contractor has executed clearing, cut to widen road, and fill up to formation level in some sections. The physical completion of work is estimated at 16% completion. I thank you, Mr.
Yes, Honorable. Your last supplementary question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, if you look at the answer the Minister has given, same cannot be said for the Nanergo-Buntiri Road. So far, the contract is into 1 year of operation. The duration of the contract was 3 years. And 1 year into operation, we've done just 16%. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister what he is going to do to catalyze the work of this contractor, because he is far behind schedule, only 16% into 1 year. Meanwhile, we're left with just 2 years for the project to be handed over. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the concern of my honorable colleague, and I wish to assure him that that particular project is in competent hands. The contractor is City Construction Company Ghana Limited, and is one of our strong contractors. And I'm sure my honorable colleague himself is aware, they have the capacity in terms of equipment, in terms of human capital, and in terms of the technical know-how. And I believe that it's because of the number of projects that this company is handling, perhaps that might have slowed down a bit their performance on this project. So I agree with you that having been on site for almost a year, if you relate the percentage of work completed, is a bit on the lower side. But I can assure you, the contractors are on site, they have the capacity, and we will do everything possible to ensure that they step up their work, and you have nothing to worry. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We move to question number 212. That stands the name of Member for Sege. Honorable Member, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Ministry will complete construction of the Nakom-Kope to Froko Road, which was awarded some time back. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Nakom-Kope to Tofroko Feeder Road is part of the corridor to Portsum to Nakompore Feeder Road. It It is a gravel road in poor surface condition. The road is located in the Adan West district of the Greater Accra region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the contract for the surfacing of the corridor to Coxing to Nakong Kope feeder road measuring 6.5 kilometers commenced on 24th October 2016 and was expected to be completed on 23rd October 2017. Progress of work is estimated at 10% physical completion. The contractor abandoned site after executing the following activities: 6.5 kilometers of clearing and formation, 40 meters of 600 millimeter concrete U-grade, and 2 number 1/900 millimeter diameter pad covers. The final warning letter was issued on 20th July 2019, but the contractor failed to return to site. Therefore, the Department of Feeder Road has initiated the necessary process to terminate the contract. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, member for Sedinic supplementary question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. From the minister's answer, it is clear that this road is to take 1 year to be done, but it's now over 5 years now. I want to know from the Honorable Minister what is really the reason why it has taken 5 years for a road which should be constructed in 1 year.
Minister, any reason why it has taken 5 years?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, obviously, this is unacceptable. Obviously, this is unacceptable, and I share the concern of the honorable member with his constituents. But we normally experience this kind of thing. Not all road contracts awarded are executed as efficiently and as professionally as expected. No matter what you do, even if you employ strict, which we do, procurement procedures, obviously you won't get things done 100%. And it's unfortunate and regrettable if any road project travels this kind of route. Now we can't do anything about it. So the only assurance I can give you is that through your vigilance and through the question that you ask, this has come up. Better late than never. Let's work together. I will take it up and make sure that we rectify whatever anomaly might have happened. That is the only assurance I can give you. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, your last question.
Oh, sir, 2 more, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago, Honorable Minister for Road and Highways came to this house on this very road and assured my people of Sege constituency that this road will be re-awarded. 2 years ago, he did say that it will be re-awarded so that a more competent contractor will take over. But since 2 years, I can see from the answer that they are still in the process of re-awarding. And also, I appeal to him that the road is non-motorable. So if it is possible, something should be done so that while we look for the re-awarding process to take place, the road is still motorable for the people. But still nothing has been done. And now the road is completely out of usage. So may I know what he could do about it now so that we can still use the road while we go along during the process of re-awarding. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague that we have emergency road programs. Aside the fact that we always have ongoing routine maintenance program on all roads. But if there is any particular emergency, for instance, if any road is washed away in any constituency, or if any bridge is broken in any constituency, we treat such as emergencies under our program, because we do not want the good people of this country anywhere to undergo any unnecessary hardship. And Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to appeal to all my colleagues. If there is an emergency in your constituency, we are here together. Please come and take it up with me personally, and you will see how fast we will work on it. You don't need to wait until you ask questions on emergency projects. So I am saying so, and it has been done to a lot of people, because I am also one of you. We are all MPs, and I know what we go through from our constituents, particularly if roads are washed off or bridges are broken down. And nobody here can say that he experienced such an emergency and he came up and we did not pay attention to it. So, honorable member, let us take it up. If there is any emergency on this road, let us link up on Monday in my office, and I will take action instantly. Okay.
Honorable, you've exhausted it. You've exhausted it. We move to Honorable, you've exhausted. You move to question number 213. That stands in the name of the member for Jomoro. Is it Jomoro?
Right, Honorable Speaker, is Evale Ajomoro Jua.
Yes.
Thank you, right.
He asked your question.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the ministry will complete, when the Jura in Asia to Jura Riasu Road, which is being constructed by Freedom Construction Limited, will be completed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Jura and Yinasi to Jura Riasu Feeder Road is 30 kilometer long, engineered road located in the Nzima East municipality of the Western region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there are 3 road contracts awarded to Freediog Limited in 3 different phases. The 3 projects are at various stages of completion with the following details. 1, bitumen surfacing of Jura Enyinase to Jura Riaso Feeder Road Phase 1, measuring 10 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the contract commenced on 7th August 2020 for completion on 6th August 2021. The project is estimated at 50% physical completion, and the details are as follows: 10 kilometers of clearing done, 9 kilometers of formation, 3,713 meter concrete U-drains of various sizes, 23 number pipe covers of various sizes, and 7 kilometer saw base. 2. Bitumen surfacing of Jura Enyinase to Jura Riaso Feeder Road, Phase 2, from kilometer 10 to kilometer 20. That is covering a distance of 10 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the contract again commenced on 7th August 2020 for completion on 6th August 2021. The project is estimated at 23% physical completion, and the details are as follows: 10 kilometer clearing, 10 kilometer formation, 2,672 meter concrete U-drains of various sizes, and 18 number pipe covers of various sizes. 3. Bitumen surfacing of Jura Enyinase to Jura Riaso Feeder Road Phase 3, from kilometer 20 to kilometer 30, also measuring 10 kilometers. The contract commenced on 7th August 2020 for completion on 6th August 2021. The project is estimated at 19% physical completion, and the details are as follows: 10 kilometers clearing, 10 kilometers formation, 2,520 meter concrete U-drains of various sizes, and 7 number covers of various sizes. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker,
Yes, you may go ahead with your supplementary question.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank the Minister for his responses. But right, Honorable Speaker, at the sword catching ceremony on 17 July 2019, we were made to understand that the project was going to take 24 months, which ought to be completed last month, which is July 2021. Also in the responses, we are made to understand that the contract is at various stages of development. Could the Minister be kind enough to enlighten myself and the good people of Evaradua what the possible cause in delays are? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Come again, what the possible cause?
Delays in timelines or cause of delays in completion, please. Thank
Very
you.
well. Minister. Possible cause of delays.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated in my answer, this road is quite long. It's a 30-kilometer long road. That is the length, and it's been executed in 3 phases of 10 kilometers each. They were put together, even though in phases, but as one composite project. We did so because we were convinced that the contractor has what it takes, has the capacity to execute the project and to do good quality work. I believe you can testify yourself that the contractor is on site. He has not abandoned site. And in all the 3 components of the project. He's tackling them simultaneously. The first one, he has gone up to 50%, and the second and the third above 20%. Is the contractor's own approach to execute the job, assuming he had concentrated all his effort on the lots, moving from one lot to the other. If you put the percentages together, he would have perhaps finished the first lot and then tackled the second lot and the third lot. But he's tackling all the three simultaneously. I believe that might be one of the causes or the reasons for the delay. But I cannot fault the contractor. It is his own way of tackling the project. But if it's not helping matters, I believe the engineers would have to advise him. And then two, and I have to be very honest with you, from time to time, payment is not as regular as expected. That can also delay progress of work. But the good thing is that the contractor is on site and he's working, and we will do whatever is possible, from the point of view of the employer. And the employer must also ensure regular payment as much as possible. But for contractors, once they are paid and they have the money, they are encouraged and they are motivated even to employ more gangs to speed up work. So I would ensure that this is done. And I always say, let's work together. Thank you.
Very well. You move to question number 214. Are you not
One question. Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for another opportunity. I also thank the Honorable Minister for his response. I wish to inform him that the people of Evalodra are listening to every word he's saying. Can the Minister be kind enough, in simple language, to tell the good people of Evalodra when the project will be completed? Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minister, in simple language, straightforward. When?
Mr. Speaker, my wish is that the project was completed yesterday. But since that is not possible, all that I can say at this point is that this project is going to be monitored with an eagle eye, and it will be completed as soon as practicable. Thank you.
Very well. So we move to question number 214. That stands in the name of the member for Pistia Muni Vari, Honorable Robert Wisdom Kigo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when Bogoso to Pistia Road will be completed.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Bogoso Pistia Road is route R121 of total length of 20 kilometers. The road is in the Pistia Muni Valley district of the Western region. Mr. Speaker, the road has a bituminous surface in fair to poor condition. Currently, there are 4 ongoing projects namely 1. Reselling of Bogoso to Pristia Road measuring 5 kilometers. 2. Reselling of Bogoso to Pristia, also measuring 5 kilometers, that's between kilometer 5 to kilometer 10. 3. Reselling of Bogoso Pristia Road, also 5 kilometers from kilometer 10 to kilometer 15. And 4. Reselling of Bogoso Pristia Road, also 5 kilometers from kilometer 15 to kilometer 20. The projects are financed by the Ghana Road Fund. Mr. Speaker, beginning with the reselling of the 5-kilometer Bogoso Pristia Road. This project commenced on 1st December 2016 and was scheduled for completion on 30th September 2017. The current progress of work is projected at 30% physical completion. And the project has been terminated for non-performance by the contractor. 2. Reselling of Bogoso to Pristia Road, also 5 kilometers. This project, Mr. Speaker, also commenced on 1st December 2016 and was scheduled for completion on 30th September 2017. The work is substantially completed with road signs and marking outstanding. 3. Reselling of Bogoso Pristia Road between kilometer 10 to kilometer 15. The length is 5 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, this project commenced on 16 September 2019 and was scheduled for completion on 1st October 2020. The progress of work is estimated at 41% physical completion. The completion of the project has delayed due to cash flow challenges of the contractor. Presently, Mr. Speaker, the contractor is not on site and warning letters have been issued to get the contractor back to site. 4. Reselling of Bogoso to Pristia as between kilometer 15 to kilometer 20, measuring 5 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, this project commenced on 16 September 2019 and was scheduled for completion on 1st October 2020. The progress of work is estimated at 33% physical completion. The completion of the project has delayed due to cash flow challenges of the contractor. Presently, Mr. Speaker, the contractor is not on site and warning letters have been issued to get the contractor back to site. The future program on this road is that the reselling of the Bogoso Pristia Road, which has been terminated, has been repackaged for procurement by the end of fourth quarter 2021. Projects C and D, Mr. Speaker, respectively, are the Bogoso Pristia between kilometer 10 and 15 and between kilometer 15 and 20 are being monitored closely, and we shall initiate the process to terminate the projects for non-performance. If the contractors fail to return to site upon termination of the projects, the outstanding works will be repackaged for consideration in the 2020 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Member, do you have supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I have a follow-up question. But, Mr. Speaker, I used this road just this Sunday. And when I scanned through the answers from the minister this morning, in fact, I was a little bit shocked. Because the information provided here is entirely different from what is on the ground. Entirely different from what is on the ground. So, I don't know where these answers are coming from. But then, since this is a house of records, I'll do my follow-up question. Yes, my first question is that from kilometer 10 to 15, and then from kilometer 15 to 20, the minister has made a certain statement here. He has repeated a statement that the project delayed due to cash flow challenges of the contractor. I want minister to explain that statement. Does it mean he has paid the contractor and then the contractor has refused to flow the cash into the project? If that is the situation, what does the contractual agreement say? Or his outfit has not been able to pay the works done? If that is the situation, why is he issuing warning letters and then having a future plan to initiate a process to terminate the contract?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did indicate in my answer that the road has been lotted into 4 of length 5 kilometers each, and each lot is being executed by a different contractor. Yes, I indicated that the delay of work in all instances is due to the cash flow problems of the contractors. I said so because I know the contractors involved, and from time to time, these contractors were being paid. I wouldn't stand here to say that payment to contractors in this country has been the very, very best. But within the confines of the financial difficulties, these contractors are periodically paid. And I want to also put something on record that anybody who applies to enter into the construction industry is also expected to be resourceful. You don't, out of your own volition, enter into road construction empty-handed. Otherwise, you do not have any place in there. And I have made an appeal to contractors, I think about 3 weeks ago. And if Mr. Speaker will permit me, I will repeat it, that we are embarking on a process of eliminating from our list, the tall, endless list, all contractors who have proven to lack capacity, so that we put to a closure this kind of contractors just moving to site, doing clearing, which is only 0.5%, of the project, and moving away, saying they have not been paid, they have not been paid. So it delayed because the contractors involved, if you like, had cash flow problems, and they must sit up to manage their own financial affairs properly and professionally. Otherwise, the contracts will be terminated. And if you like, for the purpose of the records, I will give you the name of the contractors. The resealing of Bogoso Christian Road, the first 5 kilometers, is being undertaken by Possible Agencies Limited. The second lot between Lot 5 and Lot 10 is being undertaken by Asabia Engineering Limited. The third between kilometer 10 and kilometer 15 is being undertaken by Yakab Prestige Limited. And the fourth between kilometer 15 and kilometer 20 is being undertaken by Boadak Company Limited. And I can say on authority that with the current payment system going on in the Ministry of Finance, which started almost 1.5 months ago, all contractors whose certificates are with Ministry of Finance are being paid. And we started about 1.5 months ago, and the records are there. Ministry of Finance has released a total of 800 million Ghana cedis to be paid to contractors across the country, and the document was completed by my ministry only yesterday to Ministry of Finance, and payment is going to continue from next week. And on that list, I can say on authority on the floor of Parliament that Asabia Engineering and Boadak Company are on that list. That's why I say that, yes, despite the difficulties, companies are paid from time to time, but they are also expected to be resourceful. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honorable, you are okay? I hope so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question was very straight, but the answer has been very long still. I'm not getting the end of it. Because in 2016, I saw how these contractors were seriously on the road.
Please, just answer. I just asked the question.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, my second question is...
the third question.
Is the third question, right?
Yes, this is the last supplementary question.
My third question is on kilometer 5 to 10. He used a word there that the work is substantially completed with the road signs and markings outstanding. Mr. Speaker, just last Sunday, because the youth of the area planned to embark on Fix the Road demonstration, there was a grader on the road filling potholes at a very place that he said...
Honorable member, ask the question, please.
My question is, when is he going to fix the signs and then the markings on the place that he said he has completed?
Well. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I indicated that the 5-kilometer stretch between kilometer 5 and kilometer 10 is substantially completed and is left with road signs and line markings. These are the safety issues, road markings and the and the road signs and other pieces of road furniture like crash barriers and so on could not take more than 2 weeks. Because it means that the road itself is 100% completed. And this is a bituminous road, and once the road furniture is ready, putting the map and doing the road markings normally should not take more than 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to question number 339. Honorable members, I gave the initial that I'm not going to give any supplementary question to any member, apart from the questioner himself. So please bear with me. We move to question number 339. That stands the name of a member for Pando, Honorable Derasoa. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister of Roads and Highways steps the ministry is taking to rehabilitate the road network in the following communities in the Kwando constituency. 1. The Echo Road. 2. Aloy Road. 3. Toko Road. 4. Bofe Road. And 5. Tewi Road. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kwando is the capital of Kwando municipality in the northern part of the Volta region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Echo Road and the Aloy roads are under the contract titled Upgrading of Selected Roads in Kwando Municipality, and together measure 17.5 kilometers. The project commenced on 7th May 2015 for completion on 7th November 2016. Progress of work is at 8% physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site due to cash flow challenges. As a result of the contractor's non-performance, the project has been recommended for termination. Work done to date includes site clearance, 1.7 kilometers, 0.6 meter diameter U-drain up to 1,362 meters, and 0.9 meter diameter U-drain 19 meters. Mr. Speaker, touching on Buffet Road and Zowai roads, there is no current program for these two roads. But the future program for this road, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering studies have been conducted on the Buffet and Zowai roads for implementation under subsequent budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Soa. Any supplementary question, or you are okay?
Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister in his answer gives cash flow as a challenge for contractors not being on site. Then he again cites non-performance. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to find out, a contractor like Bugri Nabu Construction Works, who has abandoned works on the Toko Road, is it due to cash flow challenges or non-performance? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it could be both because the latter could give rise to the former. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, your last supplementary question.
Right, Honorable, I'm entitled to two other supplementary questions.
Go ahead.
My second supplementary is, the Minister talks about project termination. What is the timeline for termination and for re-award? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, timeline for.
Mr. Speaker, I expect that once the contractual processes are gone into to the point of termination and the project is terminated, then the award or re-award process must follow immediately. And re-award of a contract will take at least a minimum of 4 weeks because of the prescribed procurement processes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, your final supplementary question.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Is the Minister aware that the Jewi-Bofe Road is a cocoa growing area and fixing that road will increase the cocoa output in the area? Thank you. I said the Jewi-Bofe Road, which you said you have no plans for, are you aware that it's a cocoa growing area and fixing the road there will increase the cocoa output in the area? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, until now, I didn't know that it's a cocoa growing area, even though I am aware that cocoa grows well at certain parts of the Volta region. And I thank my honorable colleague for that information. And apart from the fact that the people everywhere need roads, I think this is an added advantage to push for the road to be constructed for that economic cash crop, which is the mainstay of this nation, to be transported to the port. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Soa, you may take the second substantive question. 340.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister of Roads and Highways when the people of Debi Avega in the Kwando constituency will be provided with accessible road networks. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kwando is again a town and capital of Kwando municipality in the northern part of the Volta region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no program for the Debi Avega roads. However, the future program is that engineering studies have been conducted on these roads for implementation and the subsequent budgets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member. Any
Thank
further
you, Right
questions?
Honorable Speaker. The Minister says that engineering studies have been conducted. I'd want to know if the studies revealed that there's only a 4-kilometer footpath to that area. That's the only access they have, 4-kilometer footpath. Did the studies reveal that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is in my knowledge at this moment is the road between that is the Debi Avega roads. That is what has been responded to. But if there is any adjoining road, once this particular road has been engineered, I can only assume that if there is an adjoining road, it should be part of it. Even if we find out later on that is not part of it, since it's of greater interest to the people in the area, we could add it before we procure the entire road. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable Soa. Is that your last?
Yeah, my last. Right, Honorable Speaker, on a lighter side, is the Minister aware that he is commended as being a hope-giving minister, a quick assurance giver, and the Government Assurance Committee is listening to all his assurances?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank my colleague and my dear sister for that compliment. I thank you.
Very well. Honorable Minister, we thank you so much for attending upon the House to answer 11 separate questions. We are so grateful to you. You are hereby discharged. May I invite the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization, Rural Development to also answer some questions from honorable members. Yes, the first question for Honorable Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development is from a member for Upper Menya Krobo, Honorable Bismarck Tetenyako. Honorable, the Minister is here, so you may ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, my purpose is to ask the Minister, when the public toilet near the Sekeswa in the Upper Manya Krobo district will be completed and handed over to the residents for use. Thank you, Speaker. But it is.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, the contract for the 10-seater WC toilet facility, I'm told, was awarded in 2019 under Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Project, IPEP, by the then Ministry of Special Development Initiative. I respectfully request that further details on this matter the honourable member will want to direct to the Secretariat of the Special Development Initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honourable Minister. Yes, Honourable Member, are you okay?
Speaker, I'm not very okay. I have one or two follow-up questions.
Okay, we give you one supplementary question.
Speaker, this Special Development Initiative is no more a ministry, and our questions are supposed to be filed to the Minister. Speaker, I want your directive. May I know which ministry this Secretariat falls under?
Well, Honourable Member, you may find out from where it's supposed to be found, not from the Speaker's directives. I may also want to guess. So you can find out from where it's supposed to be found. Yes. So if you have supplementary questions, you may ask. Other than that, you're okay.
Speaker, I'm guided. I'll find out from the leader of government business later on.
Very well. Very well. Yes, let me come to Honorable Derasua Pandu. If she is not around, that we move to member for Salaga South, Honorable Mohammed Ibrahima. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I ask my question, can I please humbly request that when you mention my name and you don't add Zuwera, it sounds like it's a man's name. Mohammed Ibrahima. They are both male names. My name is Zuwera Mohammed Ibrahima. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development when assemblymen would receive their motorbikes to facilitate their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The procurement and supply of the motorbikes to the assemblies have been slightly delayed, and the delay, we are informed, was due in part to the backlog of shipments into the country due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The supplier has informed the ministry that the motorbikes will arrive in 3 consignments and can be distributed to all assemblies by the end of September 2021. The first consignment of 2,900 motorbikes have arrived and have been assembled and are ready for distribution. The ministry has inspected and certified the motorbikes. The distribution is expected to commence next week. The second consignment of an additional 2,000 motorbikes is expected to be ready for distribution by the end of August 2021. And we expect the final consignment by the end of September 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Member, any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one more. Mr. Speaker, in the Honourable Minister's answer, he says 2,900 of the motorbikes have been assembled and are ready for distribution next week. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honourable Minister whether next week's distribution plan would include assemblymen of the East Gonja municipality, since we all know that tiring conditions under which they are executing their duties as assemblymen. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the Honourable Member that her constituency and Parliamentary district will be part of those who receive the first consignment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Suwa, Derasua Pandu, you were not around, so you may now ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development when the Kwando Municipal Assembly will have its own offices. Thanks.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, the Ministry has not received any formal request for offices from the Kwando Municipal Assembly. The Ministry, through the District Assembly Common Fund, has constructed and is constructing offices for metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies across the country. The criteria for consideration include MMDs who lack the office accommodation or due to the dilapidated nature of the office, among others. A decision to construct offices for the Pando Municipal Assembly will be subject to assessment and availability of funds. The Municipal Assembly should put in a formal request to the Ministry through the Regional Coordinating Council for consideration.
Yes, Honorable Showani, supplementary question.
I want to thank the Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, the Assembly is currently using the offices of the Ghana Health Service. That's where they are located right now. They don't have an office of their own. Thank you.
May you repeat the question, please?
Right Honorable Speaker, the Pando Municipal Assembly currently is using the offices of the Ghana Health Service. They don't have an office of their own. Would the Minister be kind enough to add them into his list? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as soon as we receive the formal request, I can assure the Honorable Member that it will be favorably considered. The Honorable Member is Mrs. Sowa, and he can be assured of that.
Very well. Honorable Minister, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions from members. You are hereby discharged. Yes, let me invite Honorable Member for Energy, Honorable Member for Education. Education is not here. So, yes, Majority Leader, any direction, please.
Speaker. The Speaker, I believe we can deal with motion listed as item 14. Item 14.
Honorable members, order, please. We move to page number 8, item number 14, motion, which is procedural. Chairman.
Honorable Speaker, with the greatest of respect, motions numbered 14, 17, 20, 23, and 26 are similarly circumstanced, and they are captured in one report.
May you come again?
Yes.
14.
14 motions numbered 14, 17, 20, 23 and 26 are similarly circumstanced. They are subsumed under one report. So I'll crave your indulgence that by moving 14, I've moved all, if you permit me. They are the same, and it's one report.
It's up to 26.
It starts with 14.
To 26.
No, it's 14, 17, 20, 23, 20, all procedural. All procedural. Yes. And it's the substantives, which are 15, 18, 21, 24, and 27.
Very well. So, your leave is granted. So
I'm great. That notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the adoption of the reports as captured in 14 and then 17, 20, 23, and 26 with respect be moved today. I beg to move.
Well.
Speaker.
Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, this procedural motion, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the numbers here, I didn't get a voice, and I'm taking the question again. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We move to the substantive motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, with the greatest of respect, the motion numbered 15 in substance is also similarly circumstanced with 18, 21, 24, and 27 because of the fact that it's captured in one report. So, with the greatest of respect, if you permit me, I beg to move that this Honorable Court adopts the report of the Joint Committee on Mines and Energy and Finance on the acquisition by the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation GNPC through GNPC Exploration and Production Company Limited, GNPC Exploco, of 37% interest in Deepwater Channel Cape 3 Ponds, DWT-CPT, operated by Aker Energy Ghana Limited, and 70% stake in the South Deep Water Channel, SDWT, operated by AGM Petroleum Ghana Limited. Honorable Speaker, it is the same in relation to 18, 21, and 24. I want to take it together in one report. Honorable Speaker, there is a typographical error that I want to correct, which is by operation of law. If you pay regard to the page numbered 3, the minister responsible for finance should read the minister responsible for energy. In terms of Section 3B of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation Law, 1983, pre-NDC Law 64. Now, with due respect, I present your committee's report. Right Honorable Speaker, I invite the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as if duly read as I highlight the salient points. Right Honorable Speaker, when your committee converged, it was very clear that this is one of the most important and far-seeing action by the government of Ghana in relation to the hydrocarbon resources of this country. And because of that, let me read the justification for government action, which may be found at page 4 of the report. Ghana's unexplored hydrocarbon resources are in deep waters, which require deep water capabilities in skill sets and technology, with a shift away from investment in oil and gas into renewables. By the major oil, Ghana faces the risk of stranded assets, moving reserves, if GNPC is unable to undertake exploration, development, and production on its own, with consequent significant revenue, loss of job opportunities, and other benefits which could have accrued from the production of the value chain. In addition, Honorable Speaker, the stock of skilled labor built up over the decade in the industry will rapidly become redundant. More, Speaker, the Ghana Beyond Aid development agenda of the country is predicated on the favorable exploration and production of the projected 15 to 30 billion barrels of oil equivalent resources. Therefore, inaction by government to explore its oil and gas potentials will seriously undermine the policy objective of the Ghana Beyond Aid. Honorable Speaker, let me just move on to the observations, and I'll just read the expected benefits. The committee was informed that among the benefits to be derived from the transaction would include an opportunity for GNPC to build its operator capacity to ensure that the hydrocarbon resources in the country are fully explored and developed to support the actualization of the Ghana Beyond Aid development agenda. Reverse the declining oil, the current 154,000 barrels per day to about 200,000 barrels per day within 3 to 4 years. Create employment and receive royalties, tax revenues, and profits of about 6.5 billion in value over 15 years. Honorable Speaker, may I respect just come to conclusion and recommendations. The committee, after diligently analyzing the risks and benefits of the transaction as presented by the Ministries of Energy and Finance, GNPC, agreed by consensus that A, GNPC through GNPC Exploco should acquire 37% equity stake in Deepwater Channel Cape 3 Points, CTP, operated by Aker Engineering Ghana Limited, and 70% equity stake in the South Deepwater Channel, operated by AGM Petroleum Ghana Limited. GNPC Exploco establishes a joint operating company between Aker Energy and AGM. The Minister for Energy and Minister for Finance commenced negotiations to agree on the purchase price with Aker Energy /AGM, a loan facility to finance the acquisition cost not exceeding 1.1 billion United States dollars, and GNPC local share of the capital expenditure, that is CAPEX, to Petcando 1 first oil of United States dollars 350 million. The committee recommends to the House to adopt and approve by resolution the transactions as stated in paragraphs 7.1 A, B, C, and D, subject to the following conditions. Honorable Speaker, the terms and conditions of the loan for the acquisition of the shares shall be brought to Parliament for consideration pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution. The Petroleum Agreement between GNPC Exploco and Aker Energy /AGM shall be laid in Parliament for consideration pursuant to Article 268 of the Constitution and Petroleum Exploration and Production Act 2016, Act 919. A technical report from relevant ministries on the acquisition shall be secured and same furnished to the Parliamentary Select Committee on Mines and Energy and Finance. Honorable Speaker, respectfully submitted.
Very well, the ranking.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I write to comment on the report.
I'm not a speaker. What can I do?
Mr. Speaker,
It is important that we set the record straight. It's important that, Mr. Speaker, we carry the people of Ghana along and also use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to educate the people of Ghana in respect of specifically what we are doing today. Mr. Speaker, I say so because there's been a lot of mispresentation. Even yesterday, it was widely reported that this House considered this agreement and in less than 24 hours approved a loan amount of 1.65 billion. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, let me put it on record that that is inaccurate, that is untrue. This House has not approved any loan amount. Your committee, which is the Joint Committee of Finance and Energy, hasn't even recommended the approval of any amount, let alone deliberate on that amount here. It is true that government presented a proposal through the Speaker, who referred it to the joint committees. Mr. Speaker, at committee level, we do a lot of deliberations. We ask questions and probe the issues. What we are presenting here is a report from the committee. We are not presenting the memorandum from the Speaker, from the Minister for approval. We've considered the issues, and when the committee submits a report, it is for the House to either accept it or reject it. So it's based on the recommendations from the committee, and I'll plead with the public and especially the media to report these issues accurately. Firstly, government wants to increase the shares of Ghana through GMPC/Exploco in these two fields, consistent with our provision. And we have maintained this position long since. And that is why we established Exploco. So in principle, we are not against GMPC/Exploco increasing their shares or stake. That is number one. Mr. Speaker, number two, we have made it clear that we are instructing the minister, and I'm happy that the Minister of Energy is here and representatives from the Minister of Finance, go and negotiate the final agreement. And please let me reiterate this. We are saying that there's been a lot of issues raised with the valuation, raised with the underlying price assumptions, and all those issues. Civil society has raised these issues, and even when you ask me what this committee has done and what civil society is advocating for, there isn't much difference. What is the difference? We're saying that go back, negotiate and bring the price down as much as possible. And when you are done with the negotiation, bring it back to this very House for consideration.
Retreat.
That is what we are saying.
Retreat.
I mean, what else can a committee do? Committees don't negotiate. Parliament does not negotiate. We grant approval. And we are directing the minister, go back, renegotiate, and come back to us. That's one. Two, following the approval of the negotiation, if this House decides so, the ministry says that they will require some money. Because once you are acquiring shares, you need to pay for it. They intend to go to the market based on Cabinet's approval to borrow X amount of money. We are saying that we are not even there. Let's approve the agreement first. When we approve the agreement, go and negotiate to the best of your ability. After negotiating, come back again to this House. This is the highest level of transparency we can insist on. That we would then consider the loan agreement, its terms and conditions, and if it's favorable, we approve that. Let's look at, we did not just end there. We went further to say that a technical report from relevant ministries on the acquisition should be secured. What we are saying is that we are even doing a third layer in terms of valuation, in terms of perusal, to ensure that there's value for money. We even stated a committee that we want Petroleum Commission to be involved in this whole process. Mr. Speaker, this is what a responsible committee can do. And so I want to plead with those who are bundling all kinds of figures out there that please take some time and follow what we do here in Parliament. Parliament works with procedure. We can't just do things according to our whims and caprices. So, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, without going into the politics of it, I will deal with that at another level. I just thought that we should set the record straight. People appreciate precisely what we are doing, exactly what we are doing, so that no one goes out there and misrepresent Parliament and put us in a very negative light. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I think that I'm done. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion has been moved. The motion has been seconded. It is for the consideration of this House. Leadership, I don't know how I should be guided, but I'm inclined to take 4 from each side. That will include leadership. So 3 plus a leader. Honorable, this is my ruling now. 4 from each side, and that will include leadership. So 3 plus 1. Please bear with me. We have a lot to do today. So I'll first and foremost invite the Chairman for Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's important that I draw attention to the fact that we co-signed this report. I co-signed it with the chairman for the Energy Committee, and we did so for reasons that he himself has eloquently articulated. And I'd like to reiterate the point that Honorable Abu Jinapo, Honorable John Jinapo made, that what we are doing is to give a mandate to our ministers to go and negotiate this on behalf of the state. I think the approval of Parliament will signal the interest of the state in this particular transaction. It will signal to the international community that the state, including its National Assembly, are very interested and support our negotiators as they go to negotiate this transaction on our behalf. And it is the reason we urge the House to give all the approvals that the ministers sought so that they can proceed to do the negotiation. Again, as has already been articulated, the product of our approval will come back to this House for us to see whether indeed we would like to close the transaction in the ways that they would recommend to this House. So there isn't anything really to worry about. I am confident that our ministers of finance and ministers of energy will negotiate with us. I can already hear considerable public interest in this matter, and it is in the interest of the country and in the interest of the lead negotiators that they return to us with a deal for which we can clap for them. If anything other than that was done, Mr. Speaker, I am sure that this House will not have any hesitation to ensure that the interest of the state is protected. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the occasion and urge members to approve this so our negotiators, the hands of our negotiators will be strengthened to do this important assignment on behalf of the state. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Ranking for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to also contribute to the motion that is before us. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, it is important for the records for us to understand that what is before us is nothing but a policy approval request. Mr. Speaker, we are not being called upon to approve the purchase of a share price. Neither are we being called upon to approve a loan facility for the purposes of an acquisition of a share. Mr. Speaker, in simple, we've been called upon to approve a government policy that seeks to increase of Ghana's stake in ACA and AGM block. Speaker, oftentimes this has been done through the budget statement and economic policy of government. The Speaker, in other words, in some cases it has been done through the media review and the budget and the economic policy of government. The Speaker, what surprises me is that the budget came without this, the media review came without this. And indeed, if the government had included this in the media review, there wouldn't have been any need for us to consider this, because the Speaker, it would have meant that if we had approved it, then it becomes consequential. This has been approved. The Speaker, it's only because this was excluded from the budget statement. That is why we are here today to approve this policy. The Speaker, I would like to debate this major one with three issues. The Speaker, first, as a professional revenue economist, the Speaker, I get worried, the Speaker, in the sense that Ghana's revenue flow from the oil revenue is dwindling. The Speaker, for the records, in the year 2019, Ghana produced about 197,000 barrels of crude oil. In the year 2020, this came down to 182,000 metric barrels in the year 2020. The Speaker, in the year 2021, it is projected that Ghana will do 154,000 barrels. The Speaker, the situation is even worse when it goes to from 2023 downwards. What this means is that since 2017, there hasn't been a new oil field. So we have the 3 oil fields, and that is what we are actually getting the revenue from. The Speaker, if care is not taken and a major policy action is not actually absorbed to address this major challenge, some few years to come, about 10 years, we will end up not having oil revenue as part of our budget flows. The Speaker, energy transition has worsened this situation. It has worsened it in the sense that certain major petroleum companies that are interested in our oil fields are exiting. An example is Mobil. The Speaker, clearly, if you read around, you will notice that companies are not getting financing for oil exploration, particularly those explorations relating to fossil fuel. The Speaker, this is the energy transition, and that is the situation. Today, the Speaker, I read, as part of the CNN news this morning, that the President of the United States is signing an agreement that will mean that from the year 2030, the United States of America, every single car they produce, 50% of those cars must move into electric cars. Europeans are also thinking the same. So, Speaker, this will mean that from the year 2030, almost a quarter of today's world consumption of petroleum product will actually be going to electronic cars. This means there's a possibility of stranded assets. If we are not careful, Mr. Speaker, Ghana will have a difficulty going forward to get revenue. Mr. Speaker, that is why, for me, the policy request for government of Ghana to be able to empower our national oil company to go into exploration is a noble one. It's a noble one in the sense that, Mr. Speaker, all of us should agree and support that in principle. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to a lot of commentaries. The CSOs all support the idea that Ghana should increase the stakes. Mr. Speaker, what I don't know about, and I do not have the competence to know, is the amount of oil in the reservoirs for able to inform effective valuation. Mr. Speaker, I don't know about, and I do not have the expertise to know what is in the reservoir. Mr. Speaker, as part of the arrangement at the committee, we were given some information. We were told that GNPC conducted its own valuation. Again, ACE also conducted their own valuation. Apart from that, each one of them contracted different companies to do valuation for them. And in the end, the two of them agreed that let us convert by appointing one valuer, Lambert, to do the valuation for us. Mr. Speaker, I submit that I do not agree with them that they use $65 per metric ton as the benchmark price for the next 20 years. Mr. Speaker, I've read extensively, per barrel. Mr. Speaker, I have read extensively on this matter. I've read a minimum of about 20 articles. Mr. Speaker, it says that undoubtedly, there is going to be a surge in the price of crude oil post-COVID, starting from the year 2022. And this is supposed to at least last for 5 to 6 years. Mr. Speaker, when the energy transition sets in, one cannot be convinced that $65 per barrel will be maintained. So I have said at the committee, and I repeat here, that the 65, Mr. Speaker, I think is of a high side. When we are doing valuation, we use two items. The number of barrels in the reservoir. Mr. Speaker, I cannot confirm that because I have no knowledge. And then the price. But as for the price, at least I have some knowledge to be able to know that this price is high or average or is too high. So, Speaker, what I'm saying is that if 65 gives us 1.3, I'm submitting that let us prune the 65 down, because the cabinet is saying they are giving them a ceiling of 1.3. Even though we are not approving, so Speaker, even though we are not approving, I am submitting that those who are going to do the negotiation on behalf of Ghana, please be wary that 65 is too high. 65 is too high. So be guided by that. $65 per barrel is too high. So, Speaker, that is why we are submitting that, in as much as Cabinet has approved that they should negotiate with a ceiling not exceeding 1.3 billion, I'm suggesting that if the assumption is that they are going to go with the Lambert valuation, and it's going to be $65 per barrel, and it will give us 1.3. So, Speaker, I submit that in the same vein, the same mathematics, simple mathematics, $50 per barrel will give us 1 billion, and $55 per barrel will give us 1.1. That is what informed the committee's suggestion that going down at the conservative price, the ministry and those who are going to negotiate or lead the negotiation be guided by that. We have pruned the cabinet request of 1.3 billion as the benchmark to 1.1 billion as the benchmark. That doesn't mean that they should go and tell us that, they should come back and tell us that they've approved 1.1. They should do a further job and be able to reduce it further down below the 1.1 ceiling that we've given to. So, Speaker, on the second point, let me say that, Mr. Speaker, we as a House should be very careful with some of the agreements that we approve. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2018, we sat here as a House, all of us, some of us criticized it, and criticized it very well, that we are giving too much freebies to this company, Aker Energy. So, Speaker, we approved enormous financial fiscal concessions to this company to the extent that the entire development cost became tax deductible in the form of capital allowance. So, Speaker, as such, this company is going to get away with $1.6 billion in the form of tax concessions. Government of Ghana's decision to acquire those shares will mean that, Mr. Speaker, this 1.6 billion that would have gone away, we are going to get back about $1.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, for me, that is heartwarming. Heartwarming in the sense that if Esproco get tax benefit of $1.2 billion being a form of capital allowances, what this simply means is that Esproco will actually be declaring fat dividends, and government of Ghana will get the returns, unlike a company like Aker Energy taking away these tax concessions. Mr. Speaker, I think we should be guided by that. Sometimes when we raise these major concerns, it's not for political gains, it is for all of us, our interest. Mr. Speaker, honestly speaking, Aker Energy and AGM as it stands now, if they had proceeded with this, in the lifetime of their production in Ghana, they wouldn't have paid any corporate income tax. They wouldn't have paid any corporate income tax. But, Mr. Speaker, $1.6 billion being tax deductible as part of development costs. Mr. Speaker, I don't think any country will offer this kind of tax concessions to any company. So we should be guided by that. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that we are getting this back. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, let no one that Parliament has approved for Ministry of Finance to go and borrow an amount of 1.3 billion. So, Speaker, we are not there. We are not there yet, and we have not made that kind of approval. So, Speaker, again, Parliament of Ghana has not approved a share price. What we have been asked upon to do, Mr. Speaker, is to give a policy mandate for them to increase their shares. I wish to say that we wish the negotiators well, and we pray that they will do this in the interest of the Republic. They should be guided, Mr. Speaker, that importantly, GNPC Exploko is a Ghanaian company, and when they make the returns, it will be in the interest of the Republic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, let me invite my senior colleague, and then Koswahini for dancing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is this proverb that runs as follows. It's not a very long one. It says, knowledge is like the barber tree, and no one man's arm can encompass it. There's a lot of wisdom in that. There is also this aspect to the proverb. No single individual or organization is a repository to all the knowledge in the world. It is for that reason that sometimes troubles some of us when some institutions outside Parliament take the view that they have all the knowledge there is to know about everything. And Speaker, in their own ways, Speaker, throws all sorts of invectives, deletives, expletives at Parliament. Last night on one of the platforms, there were these three blokes. I'm wondering if my colleague Honorable Suhine is preparing to bring them to the Privileges Committee. Speaker, everything was said about Parliament. We have no brains. Well, you see a grey like this and you think there is no TC cell, there's no iota of sense in our brains. That's fine. You said the Honorable Minority Leader has no brains. You said that the Honorable Majority Leader has no brains. It's on the platform. Go and listen to it. I think my younger brother is actually watching it as I speak. He's watching and he's laughing. Mr. Speaker, I've got this document here, which, Mr. Speaker, seems to have been. I don't understand if it is the membership list which is here or the distribution list which is here. No signature. No signature, Mr. Speaker. It's a press release. Alliance of CSOs working on the extractive and anti-corruption and good governance. And Mr. Speaker, I haven't heard some of these names before. Africa Center for Energy Policy, Center for Extractive and Development Africa, National Coalition on Mining, Imani, I've heard that one before. Integrated Social Development Center. Youth, no signature, Mr. Minister. 15 of them. The whole message in this rally is that we are doing exceptional work in this Parliament of ours. There's nothing wrong if you lack a certain comprehension of a certain issue, which to some extent is fairly technical. Don't make any jokes about this matter. It's not an easy matter. Oil industry is not an easy matter. When we started, we got Cosmos in to do all that they did. That set Ghana on the map, international stage, as oil development country. And we had a lot of challenges. Everybody now seems to think that it is an ABC subject. They understand it better than everybody else. You have an indefatigable Minister of Energy. I'm not sure what to call him. Nana Poku, Dr. Napo, and triple doctors. We have GMPC, we have our various institutions. What is the name again? Petroleum Commission. You do not understand what is going on. It is the simplest thing. Get in touch with them. The answers will come in handy. You sit, you relax, Mr. Speaker, indulge in your absolute ignorance. Mr. Speaker, write all sorts of things. The language is a little temperate, so I would also want to be. Normally, they are very intemperate in their language. This, I wouldn't claim, is extremely intemperate. It is more, it's temperate, so I would be moderate in my criticism.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the Honorable Katie is my uncle, and he knows I respect him so much that he's just used the word absolute ignorance. Madam Speaker, because Parliament is a forum where citizens and civil society are by the Constitution supposed to input what we do, my feeling is that absolute ignorance is a strong word to use on it, because tomorrow we will need the same civil society group in some of our dialogue. Some of the advice and suggestions they have offered have been very helpful in protecting the state and citizen interest. So I find the words absolute ignorance way harsh, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So, Honorable Senior Member.
I'm not so sure if somebody is talking about from point of ignorance, I'm not sure how to describe it. I mean, I'm saying that giving credit that for once the language is not intemperate, so that will also come down. But the point is that I'm saying that if they had gone to the source, their knowledge would have been improved. They didn't. It's ignorance. I don't know what a younger brother is worried about. Well, give me a phrase. Let me change it, swap it. What in the face of ignorance, what do I write? So, I'm not adequately informed. Mr. Speaker, if that satisfies your gastronomy, yes, I'm not adequately informed. Mr. Speaker, this morning, I happened to read quite a lot about what is when you read or read and you happen to read, this is grammar, you know, this is grammar. Let's be careful, it's grammar. Mr. Speaker, I happen to read quite a lot about what is happening in the international community with respect to fuel resources, the hydrocarbon potentials of this world. We've got to be very, very, very careful, Mr. Speaker, about what is going on. Very careful. We'll end up in a situation where we have all the resources we have, but we won't have any use for that. Nobody is telling GMPC and the responsible institution, Mr. Speaker, to go out to do whatever they decide to do. We are here, we intend to pretend on what they are doing. But I think so far, members who have spoken have given the impression that they are happy to let GMPC, Mr. Speaker, go out there and do what we expect of them to do. But nobody make a mistake about what is going on. You read it, you panic. All the Western capitals, they are raiding in the energy, the big 7 sisters, they are raiding them in. He makes the point about, Honorable Atufosi makes the point about ICARE when they came in the last time, and what happened, I think 2018, when we had to do what we did. It is true, there were a lot of, quite a lot of unhappiness about what happened. But for me, it is significant that, Mr. Speaker, by what we are doing today, we are clawing back whatever the advantages that we would have given out for free. We're getting back. Let's encourage the MPC. Let's help the Esproco. Quite a lot of you would know that they haven't been friends of this house for a very long time, particularly some of us. When they started off, we weren't quite sure. Why GMP said Esproco? We maybe also point of ignorance, minority leader, point of ignorance on our part. We didn't quite understand where they were headed instead of GMP itself. Now we kind of understand what is it that they intend to do. Let's allow them, the Speaker, to be an operator. Look at that's all we lack. We have the resource, but we have no technological know-how, no knowledge about this operation. Some of these companies, as the Speaker, are taking us for a ride. I don't want to muddy the waters this morning or this afternoon. The Speaker, no. But some of these companies who have been here, Mr. Speaker, have literally exploited us. That is the name to call it, exploitation. But that is because we simply do not have the capacity. We don't have the operatorship capacity. Let's work hard, make sure that we have our own in the shape of, Mr. Speaker, GMPC Exploco. We'll be all right. If these companies go away, we will be here. We would man our resources. We'll get the oil, and then what is his name? Former Minister Kofi Bua. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member. Now you've invited Honorable Kofi Bua. So, Honorable Kofi Bua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the basis for this motion being approved has been variously stated, so I won't dwell on that. But, Mr. Speaker, one of them was that there is an oil transition. One of them is that have to basically support GMPC to build capacity, and that also if we don't take this action, we'll have stranded assets. But, Mr. Speaker, what is really important today is that we have to ask the question, how did we get here? Not too long ago, we were here debating giving amendments to our own petroleum agreement and giving ACE certain concessions. Mr. Speaker, today, the MPP majority must really apologize to the people of Ghana and to the minority. Mr. Speaker, why do I say that? The Honorable Atuforsin has stated the various tax freebies that we gave this company. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we did something that we had never done. We went to a law we have passed at 919. When you discover, you release, you relinquish the area you have not discovered back to the state. We made an amendment to allow ACE to have all those contract areas. Mr. Speaker, we didn't stop there. We took the power of the Petroleum Commission to regulate. Today, Mr. Speaker, do you know the sad commentary? The regulator of the resources cannot even come close to this discussion because their power to police the industry was taken away. Mr. Speaker, I'm submitting that if we are to go forward, we have to make sure we do an amendment and empower the Petroleum Commission in this agreement. Mr. Speaker, this is what this minority was fighting for. Today, the MPP majority is telling us that now they see the light that Exploco as a strategic arm of GMPC is important. We took Ghana's own share, 43%, reduced it to 18%. And the reason why Ghanaians are all getting confused about this discussion is that not too long ago they heard that we had given our asset to ACE. And if they are hearing that we are buying it back, that's why they are
Honorable Member, hold on. The Right Honorable Speaker is taking the seat.
But Mr. Oh, sorry. Is this? Oh.
Yes, Honorable, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were talking about the concessions we gave ACE and the issues we raised. Mr. Speaker, today in this transaction, it is clear that all the promises that this ACE company made to us, they were going to fast track development to produce oil. It didn't happen. Yes, they cited COVID. But clearly, if you go down and look at this deal, they are simply strategically shifting all the risk to the Republic of Ghana and GMPC in terms of the development. Mr. Speaker, we have to think about this. ACE bought this resource from HES. We know they've done a lot of work, but don't let us forget that they spent $100 million in buying the ACE part of the block. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, I think the point that has been raised here is very important. What is the value of the assets on the ground? How has it been evaluated? We've talked about the evaluations that have been done. But Mr. Speaker, I think that we know how many oil drillers that has did. About 12 drilling campaigns. We know that Ake did 5. And so, Mr. Speaker, the amount that Ake says they've spent, which is about 800 million, is something that we must probe. And so, when we are pushing that this must be looked at, not only the financial negotiation, but we must probe further into how much work they've done and how much they've spent. It is critical. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to look at one important aspect of this discussion we are having. The operator. In the Ake agreement, Mr. Speaker, we have Ake, we have Lukoya. Mr. Speaker, Ake in this old agreement had 50%. In the new agreement, their shares will be completely reduced in the Ake block to 13. Lukoya still has 38%, even in this new agreement. The question must be asked, between Ake and Lukoya, who has the technical capacity to be the operator? And in our laws is the minister on the advice of the Petroleum Commission. And Minister, you have a very huge responsibility to value this very important distinction. Are we satisfied with ourselves that Ake, who do not now have a bigger stake, will be the operator? Is it something that we can monitor? If we are going to let Ake, who is basically not going to have too much interest, be the operator, it is important that we strengthen the regulator to ensure we minimize costs. Other than that, we can guarantee that the company that doesn't have the higher interest will be a fair operator. It's very, very important. Mr. Speaker, the other important aspect that must be looked at has to do with the 2 blocks we are putting together. We have the Ake deep water South Tano basin and then the South deep water. We know that the first block, there are discoveries, there are proven reserves. We know that the second block is deep water, 3,000 meters deep. The technology to develop it is quite frankly even not available. We know that in that block there were only 2 drillings, 1 discovery, Yankom, and that discovery, its commerciality is also questionable. Mr. Speaker, we need to really ask ourselves in these 2 transactions, we could have been better off basically focusing on the Ake transaction and the other one. And then interestingly, we are buying 70% of the riskiest of the blocks. These are questions that are important in this transaction that we must ask. It's very, very important that we must ask. This opposition, we are here because we believe, as you believe, that we have to fight for the interests of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, what fundamentally we all want is that GNPC must have the capacity to drill and develop these wells. If they did, we wouldn't need these companies. We'll be talking about the work program of GNPC in a moment. And we have to look at what the focus of GNPC is. When we say that GNPC must focus on its core mandate, we don't just say that, because that's what is really important. That is what will help the Republic of Ghana in the long run. And so it is not funny at all to see us spending millions in GNPC building schools, building AstroTurf, and then people are claiming political credit for it. That is not the work of our national oil company. And in this discussion, it's very obvious to us that if we are agreeing that we want GNPC to build capacity, we must jointly do so and make sure that when we are annually giving GNPC money, we are monitoring and focusing on making sure that they build their capacity to drill and have the competence to produce oil for Ghana. That is the discussion we are having. And that should be our way forward. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, before I go to the main subject, I believe that there are key issues that have been raised on the opposite side that needs clarification. Mr. Speaker, one of them has to do with the tax concessions that were given to Eka Energy. And I believe that as far as we are concerned, if these tax concessions are going to accrue to GNPC Esproco for the investment they are making in this project, then clearly it shows that the decision we took a long time ago was correct and valid. Secondly, the issue about the operator being Eka, I believe that the document that was sent to Parliament has virtually answered it, because we are no more looking at Eka as being the operator, but joint operations between GNPC Esproco and Eka and all the other partners, with a position being said that we need to register that joint operations. So clearly, it's fears about Eka going to operate this field is no more tenable. Mr. Speaker, the most important thing, I believe this opinion has been sent to Parliament for approval as a policy, is about Ghana going beyond aid. Mr. Speaker, if you take all investment that has happened in this country, the reason why we are not getting the biggest and the best benefit from all our natural resources and our extractives is because for a very long time as Ghanaians, we have never owned the productive assets of this country. Other people bring their money, they make their profits, and then take the money away. If we are getting an opportunity in these times to be able to raise our own money to invest in these assets and keep the profit in Ghana, that is the only way we can go beyond profit, beyond it. And therefore, I believe that this House should support the government to approve this policy so that they can go and negotiate and come back for the other consequential issues that are with this project. Mr. Speaker, one of the beautiful things about this project is that they are going to work in phases. And even for the FPSO that is going to be used, it's going to be a smaller one than the initial work program that had been given to us. To the extent that we are going to continue to have a position whereby the break-even would be $30 per barrel instead of the original $45 per barrel. Clearly, it shows that those who are working on this policy are doing a better job. I believe that these savings of about $15 per barrel is some of the profit that Ghana can retain and use it to grow this country. The other issue I find very interesting about this project is that with GNPC Esproco being fully in partnership with the other partners like Eka, would ensure that local content, an agenda that is key to this country, can effectively be managed. Mr. Speaker, if GNPC has not done anything at all in this country, with the way they have invested in Ghanaians, I believe that we should look at GNPC Foundation. If we take the projects they've done, the kind of scholarships they've given to build capacity in this country, in the oil and gas industry, clearly it shows that when we give them this opportunity by approving this policy, we are clear in our mind that GNPC will do a better job with the oil and gas resources of our country than we've been getting. So far, I believe that they've done a very good job. And this program will definitely add over 200 more barrels of petroleum per day if they are developed. And looking at our ability as a country in being able to manage other resources, if we are able to do this investment, Mr. Speaker, I believe that Ghana will go far and Ghana will definitely go beyond it. On that note, I encourage everyone here to approve this policy and make sure that the government can move forward and make Ghana more successful. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Commander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this happens to be one of those issues and/or policies that calls for a national consensus, especially amongst the political class. It calls for a national consensus, and it's also an eye-opener. An eye-opener to the effect that having the numbers in Parliament should not always be the sole determinant of policy. Mr. Speaker, in principle, on our side, we support the idea of GNPC and a subsidiary Esproco having more shares, particularly equity shares, in the two blocks. We support that in principle. For us, we have, through a circumlocutions route, come back to where we started. Our starting position was to develop the ability of the National Oil Company to be an operator in the medium to long term. It was not for nothing that, particularly the AGM block, we insisted that Esproco had a commercial interest in the block. It is not for nothing. And therefore today, even though I think we are 2-3 years late, it is important, it's an important milestone that we give government and its officials the mandate to go and negotiate. That mandate is important. There are also strategic objectives for us as a nation in getting our national oil company capacitated beyond just these two blocks. The whole of the Keita Basin is still available for exploration. The Accra Basin is also still available for exploration. Going forward, and with the geopolitics that is emerging on energy, it becomes imperative that we develop indigenous capacity to manage our own resources. In that light, it is important that we support the policy. However, we will also be mindful of cost in supporting the policy. We will also be mindful of cost. And it is for this reason that the Joint Committee went below the ceiling established by Cabinet. And I'm also happy because Parliament will also be seen to be asserting itself. And we believe whatever quantum is negotiated, this House will still have the opportunity to interrogate those figures. We'll still have the opportunity to even send them back if we think there is more advantage to be gained in that. And therefore, let us all be clear in our minds that this is only policy. We are asking them, giving them the permission to go and negotiate. Mr. Speaker, I also want to use this opportunity to encourage this House that we have a responsibility to protect and develop national institutions. We shouted from treetops when the power of Petroleum Commission was being diminished by the amendments to the Petroleum Agreement. Mr. Speaker, this gives us an opportunity to restore Petroleum Commission to the role that this House gave the Commission. And we should never again, going forward, allow any government, be it NDC, be it MPP, be it CPP, be it APC, to diminish the role of our regulatory bodies. Mr. Speaker, In energy policy, you need a stronger regulator when you are deregulating, because it's the regulator that protects the interests of the public. And this house must no longer be seen to be an accomplice in shortchanging the Ghanaian public by diminishing the role of the regulator. Mr. Speaker, this will also give us an opportunity to enhance local content, particularly in this field. With GNPC and Exproco as a joint operator, this House, through the GNPC law, through the exploration and production law, will have the power to, on a yearly basis, insist and ensure that GNPC pushes local content to its logical conclusion. Mr. Speaker, I therefore wholeheartedly support the policy direction of enabling government and GNPC to go negotiate. But we want to advise them that after negotiation they will come and meet us. And therefore, in wishing them Godspeed in the negotiation, they should be mindful that they should come back with a negotiated price that we'll all be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity to support this report. Mr. Speaker, in the 1920s, the country decided to take a bold decision, and they came up with Andrene Generali, which is AGEP. AGEP was formed in the 1920s by the Italian government to pursue the oil exploration and production. The Speaker, we benefited from it. Tom is the handiwork of AGEP. Today, in Ghana, one of the biggest investments in the energy sector, here now, is after the Second World War, when AGEP restructured. It's when the National Oil of Italy gave us that investment. Petronas is one of the biggest. Keep quiet. One of the biggest oil companies in this, on this planet, Mr. Speaker. Petronas is a Malaysian company. Indeed, they also started at a point where they all believed that the country needed this opportunity and they needed this change. Mr. Speaker, we can go on and on. Brazil, Petrobras, has done the same. It is about time that a country will make such a decision. Acquisition to such an asset is a strategic thing for us, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we may have our own challenges, but this is the time for us to make such a decision as a country. We need this to be able to support the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, what this will do for us is a lot. Indeed, we are talking about energy security, Mr. Speaker. With this policy, the country can be assured of its energy security. Mr. Speaker, technology is something that we all need now in this sector. Giving GNPC and Exproco this opportunity will enhance their technology. They will be able to go even other countries to work. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that my senior colleagues on the other side, as Dr. just finished, obviously we have to support this report. Mr. Speaker, again, we are going to increase our revenue. As a country, when this comes to mainstream, our revenue will increase. And this is something that, Mr. Speaker, will enhance the country's development. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about even our foreign policy. Mr. Speaker, when you build a strong national oil company, the foreign policy enhances because there are the 7 sisters that will want to ally, will want to work with you, and you have a better allies in terms of the energy industry. Mr. Speaker, in terms of job creation, it is subnormal. Local content, as they said, will go high. I strongly believe, Mr. Speaker, that acquisition or acquiring an asset such as this is something that we all have to pursue, we all have to support, and I'll urge this House, with your leave, Mr. Chair, without any reservation, support this policy to enhance our national oil company to become one of the best oil companies in the country and on this planet. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, before I came to Parliament, I taught natural resources law for many years, for 13 years. And one of the topics that I taught was the political economy of natural resource regulation. And I remember distinctly that one of the things that I told my students every time I started teaching this subject was the fact that in the natural resources sector, the investor often knows more about the value of the underlying asset or the resource than the owner of the resource. And that is because it is the natural resource investor that does prospecting if it comes to the solid minerals sector. In the case of hydrocarbons, it is the investor who does the exploration and develops the field and is able to determine the value of the underlying natural resource more than the owner. And so information about the value of the resource is often asymmetrically held between the investor and the owner of the resource. The way you solve the problem of information asymmetries as far as the value of the underlying resource is concerned is through regulation. That is why you make it mandatory, either through statute or through the regulations, for information about a resource to be submitted periodically to you, so that as the owner, you know what is underground. Mr. Speaker, I am giving this background because in 2018, as the Honorable Atuforsin has pointed out, and I think the Honorable Boa also pointed out that fact, we amended the Petroleum Commission Act when we were approving agreements in this House in favor of Aker Energy. And we took out the power of the Commission to regulate the activities of this same company. I was the person who pointed out that what Parliament was doing was unconstitutional. I argued before this House that the Constitution empowers Parliament to enact laws to regulate, to establish commissions to regulate the natural resource sector. When we have established a commission in the form of the Petroleum Commission, and we turn around and take away its power to regulate an entity in the sector, we are acting unconstitutionally. Mr. Speaker, the Hansard of that day recorded my opposition to the amendment. Mr. Speaker, the majority had their way, even though I had my say. Or let me say, the minority, we had our say, and they had their way. Mr. Speaker, this transaction that we are about to approve
what we are approving today will entail that we know exactly what is the value of the 2 fields that are the subject matter of the memorandum that the minister has brought to this house for a policy approval. As the Honorable Amabo has pointed out, one of the fields has not been appraised. And Mr. Speaker, I am afraid that if we do not involve the Petroleum Commission, we may end up in a situation where we are about to buy pork in a pig. Precisely what we are doing. And I'm happy that what we are approving today is subject to their bringing a series of agreements pursuant to this transaction for approval by Parliament. It is in the substance of those agreements that we will see whether or not what we are doing today is in the best interest of the people of this country. But as the Honorable Boa has pointed out, we may need to revisit the situation where we have taken out the regulatory power of the Petroleum Commission as far as the activities of ACER are concerned. We should restore that into the statute so that the Petroleum Commission will be involved. Mr. Speaker, if you don't do that, even the validation of all the values and the costs cannot be done by the Petroleum Commission. Otherwise, the Honorable Minister, and that is why I'm happy he's here, he needs an independent consultant that will go into the figures that are being submitted to us, so that in the agreements that will be brought, you will attach the independent consultant's report, so that Parliament is apprised of the exact value of the resource before we approve the agreements for you. Mr. Speaker, another concern that I have with respect to what we are doing today is the effect that it might have in the course of the negotiations. For instance, if ACER Energy decides to walk away from negotiations with GNPC or the government of Ghana, and a dispute is triggered as a result of that, Mr. Speaker, what that will mean is that they will invoke the dispute settlement provisions of their petroleum agreement. They will go to international arbitration. Mr. Speaker, as a seasoned lawyer, I am sure you do know that the Balkan Energy arbitration and the bank switch arbitration were 2 arbitrations in which the name of Parliament was invoked in favor of the investors. Because the arbitral tribunal said, if your Parliament, with open eyes and the full complement of information, approve these agreements, the government of Ghana cannot resile out of those agreements by saying that there has been a breach by the investor. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we make it clear that by approving what we are going to approve today, we are not binding the government of Ghana to any terms and conditions agreed upon between the government of Ghana and ACER Energy or GNPC and ACER Energy. We must make that very clear. It must go on record so that tomorrow, when they go to arbitration, they will not be using the name of Parliament in order to get what they want. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, there is a sense in which whatever we do here, we must take account of the issue of intergenerational equity. Mr. Speaker, we on this side are very passionate about intergenerational equity because we are social democrats. And because we are social democrats, we care about future generations. And so, when we have a situation where we are approving transactions that may have welfare-reducing consequences for future generations, we have to be very careful. And that is why we must insist on the full complement of information so that the agreements that we brought individually will be scrutinized by us in terms of our role in scrutinizing the executive branch of government. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what has been giving rise to much controversy
in our society or Ghana today is where we are outlaying resources of this
Honorable Member, do you know why we insist you should speak from your seat?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Do you know why speakers insist you should speak from their seats?
Sorry, sir.
Please speak from your seat.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. Thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I think what has been given much controversy in our society, our country today, is where we outlay our resources or funds as a state. We have been talking about a situation where our expenditures go normally into areas that are not strategic enough in terms of investment. And all over the world, any country that wants to have a future for the younger generation and then the posterity, as my minority brother was talking about as a social democrat, as he said, is the area of getting acquisitions in the area of assets that will provide strategic protection for the future generation in terms of building a very sustainable economic infrastructure. And we couldn't have gotten anything better than this area of our acquisition. One of the things that they should understand is that it's not just the acquisition, the intention of even having call option, which is one of the best in terms of hedging, managing risk in situations such as this. Interestingly, my minority brother said that they are social, they are thinking about the future. But I haven't seen any of the social intervention or redistribution of poor policies in our country today that they implemented. So it is interesting. What I'm trying to say is that the intention of GMPC or Ghana government to get into this acquisition, strategic acquisition investment, is one of the best, and that it needs to be given the needed support as immediately as possible. Because looking at what is happening today, if one day we are able to attain this call option and become operator, the benefit that we are going to derive as a state, I don't think we can compare this to any other thing. And it's not going to bring any sealed thing, because this is acquisition. Acquisition business, I haven't seen anywhere. You're acquiring assets to be part of a business that we all know is very viable in terms of future discounted cash flows. So, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't speak much, but all that I can say is that anybody that thinks about the future of this country, anybody that thinks about sustainability of our long-term economic growth in terms of attainment, in terms of making sure that our strategic asset as a state needs proper investment that tomorrow my great-grandchild will be happy with and we can do something with, I think this is what we have to support. So, Mr. Speaker, all that I'm saying is that it is going to be good for the two parties and all other stakeholders. And for that matter, nobody should entertain any fear that we are going to go into suing case on the globe. No. I haven't seen anything of this nature before. What we have to understand is that if Ghana, we want as a people really to have a bigger stake and a proper stake, very sustainable position in managing our state resources, especially in the oil sector. This is one of the best businesses ever since we discovered oil. Mr. Speaker, with this, I give my support to the motion. Thank you.
Minority leadership. Yes, minority leader.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, this is a loaded motion, one that has to do with the report of the Joint Committee of Mines and Energy and Finance on the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation acquisition of significant share in Deepwater Tunnel Capture Point and South Deepwater Tunnel blocks. Mr. Speaker, in contributing to the motion, to refer you to the conclusions and recommendations. But Mr. Speaker, before I do so, what the Minister for Energy and the majority side in government should be doing is to swallow a humble pie and accept that this is a major policy shift from their position in 2018 on the same matter of how to position GNPC and Exploco for the purpose of the exploration, production, and development of Ghana's oil resources. Nothing more. Today, you have come back to the original position, which was a position canvassed by the minority in the same 2018, that don't take off that 24% interest. Don't reduce Exploco interest to 0%. This was our position, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to go to the politics of it, but just to put it on record, I'm holding the Hansard of 3rd May 2019, Friday, and Mr. Speaker, significantly he's here, so I'll quote him. My mother said my witnesses should be alive. The Honorable K.T. Hammer. This is what he had to say in column 7935 of the Hansard of 3rd May 2019. Now a new government, incidentally the MPP government, says that we should examine the commercial viability and sensibility of this whole GNPC exploration and production company agreement, unquote. At that time, he didn't appreciate what an Exploco could do. Today, probably, he does. Mr. Speaker, I could go further. He even on the same day added this. On the day in question, 4th December 2013, on the floor of this House, I raised the question of the indigenous components of this agreement, which was then at the 2.5%. And Mr. Speaker, let me quote him well. No, I've gone to Hammond. I want to quote you well. Some of us, Mr. Speaker, I'm now column 7935. Some of us had actually asked GNPC to make clear and underline the specific economic reason.
The person you want to quote is up on his feet. May we hear what you have?
Mr. Speaker, when you are fighting with your opponent, he's already on the floor. You don't need to repeat the blows and all that. Before you came in, I made an admission that Exploco had never been my friend. You don't need to repeat and remind me what I said in 2019. Let's move forward. We are moving forward now.
All right. It says, let's move forward in the right direction. So please.
So, Mr. Speaker, so column 7935, just for Hansard purposes. And Mr. Speaker, it is also significant that in the same contribution, the majority leader had this important statement to make. And I'm quoting him for the purpose of the record. Again, the GNPC's own stake, the carried interest, some honorable members have not addressed their minds to what we have said. We said in section 73 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act that after 15 years, this country will no longer resource GNPC. So, Mr. Speaker, significant and profound statement made by him. I have with me a copy of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, Act 815, and I'm referring to Section 7 of it, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, why I have referred to the leader's statement is to remind us that even in the mid-year review budget statement, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, page 55, paragraph 316, I want to add this to the leader's comment for purpose of stating my own position. This is what the Minister of Finance, Ken Ofori-Atta, had to say. Aside, GNPC is looking at opportunities for its subsidiary, GNPC Explorer, he didn't say Exploco, to acquire such assets and become an operator in its own right, to ensure that hydrocarbon resources in the country can be developed. The new strategy may require an amendment or a revision of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. So, Mr. Speaker, the multi-million-dollar question I like to ask is whether this country, in the public interest, wants to amend the Petroleum Revenue Management Act in order to find resources for the GNPC, or it wants to rely on external partners to work in tandem with them for the development of those oil resources. I am not convinced at this point to want an amendment to the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, and in particular to this. Mr. Speaker, again, in 2018, and these are some of the questions that civil society and the Ghanaian public have raised, and legitimately, Mr. Speaker, they demand and deserve answers from Parliament and people who are anchoring the policy decisions. So, Mr. Minister for Energy, I'll come to the committee's report. But, Mr. Speaker, simply, what we are doing today, and I'll go back to the motion, is ACA. How much did they get the particular oil block for? $100 million, we are told. But, Mr. Speaker, it came with some have used the word freebies. We even ousted the regulatory jurisdiction of the Petroleum Commission. Mr. Speaker, honestly, not the first time, and I think that this Parliament must take a position in future not to dilute the mandate and authority of our Petroleum Commission if we are committed to better regulation of our infinite oil resources. But we did. But, Mr. Speaker, in the committee's report, and this is what we expect Minister to do, it states in paragraph 7.2, the committee recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve by resolution the transactions as stated in paragraph 7.1, A, B, C, and D, subject to the following. So the subject, Minister, conditional. So we are not giving you a blanket check. We are expecting that one, whatever loan is so determined in pursuit of this agreement will be brought back to this Parliament for scrutiny and approval in accordance with Article 181 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, that the Petroleum Agreement, and I emphasize, with its terms and conditions. We are not just Petroleum Agreement, the Petroleum with its terms and conditions between GNPC, Exploco, and ACA Energy shall be laid before Parliament. So we are not just saying that bring us a Petroleum Agreement. Bring us a Petroleum Agreement with defined terms and conditions which outlines the responsibility of GNPC and for ACA. Then, Mr. Speaker, I now raise the fundamental economic question. When you say we should give you a mandate to go and come, and Finance Committee, we didn't say the economists, Mr. Speaker, they go and come. When you say, and Mr. Speaker, I'm just referring you to page 9 of the order paper, you say 37% interest. GNPC Exploration and Production Company, 37% interest. Then operated by ACA Energy, 70% stake. So, Mr. Speaker, mathematically, 37% of what? Because you have not determined the value. Now you should understand, for purpose of economics and mathematics, that there are value mathematical implications of 37%. 37% of 1.6 billion cannot be the same thing as 37% of 1.1 billion. And 37% cannot be the same thing as any other figure so determined. So we are giving you a mandate to look at 37%. But that's why I raise the question, 37% of what? When we haven't determined the value. And Mr. Speaker, the same ACA Energy, a minister will require that you come back to this House with full details of their investment. So we demand an independent valuation of how much have been invested by ACA Energy since 2018 into this well. Because, Mr. Speaker, we must be careful that they are not coming back to sell back to the government of Ghana what probably we granted them in the form of exemptions. We have to be very careful. You gave them exemptions. Now, some of the exemptions may come back to you for you to pay for them. So, Minister, you have to position yourself for us to understand it. Because we gave them many of those incentives under that particular agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, since I'm reading from the committee's report and I'm on their conclusions, we expect that they will bring this. Now, ordinarily, the minister says they want a mandate to go and negotiate. Mr. Speaker, what it also means again is that.
Yes, honorable members, first Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yeah, leader, you may continue. So, Mr. Speaker, so I'm saying that from the committee's report, we expect the minister to come back. First of all, GNPC currently, without an amendment to the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, will not have the resources you are anticipating. And therefore, you will have to probably borrow. When you borrow, we expect that you will come back under Article 181 of the Constitution, with mandates Parliament to approve terms and conditions of a loan. So now, we have no terms and conditions. What are we approving? Yes, so we expect that you will bring that. So it's just as I have said, for government to accept that there is a policy somersault. Now you know that there is strength in ex-bloco, and that ex-bloco can do some good. It's a major policy shift. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude now why I support conditionally what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, it is true that the world is moving major through an energy transition, and emphasis will not be on fossil oil. We have seen that the like of ExxonMobil, Shell, and others, because of the green activist debate and protests, are moving away from the exploitation of those resources, and Ghana may suffer. It may even be the case that ACA may not want to spend more on it. So we have to prepare, what do we do with our oil resources? Do we develop it? We have to. How do we develop it? Do we have the technological know-how? We probably do. But the financial muscle, we do not. That is why you would need amendment to the PRMA. And I'm saying that I'll be hesitant to see it done. So, Mr. Speaker, because the chairman of the committee moved several motions, we must be mindful that we are saying that the terms and conditions requested for. So in our resolution, we should qualify it. These are now terms you are requesting for, because as of now, 37% of what? I don't have a value. You are yet to determine the value. And yet you are already conclusive that that value will reflect. No. If you know the actual figure, it makes the mathematics easier. But we are assuming. But I'm saying that 0% of 0 is 0. But 37% of a certain number, and our capacity to absorb it. So, Minister, we expect you to negotiate. And as I've said, Mr. Speaker, it is true that there is international drift away from fossil fuel, and many of them may not want to invest in those particular sectors. Mr. Speaker, finally, as the Honorable Atuforsen mentioned, what is in the reservoir? We need an independent person to tell us what is it that you anticipate is in the reservoir, and then you can look at the numbers as he advised, whether you want to use the $65 per barrel or 55% per barrel, multiplied by the anticipated crude in the oil. But, Mr. Speaker, what we do for ACE, we should be prepared to do it for every other company that is working in Ghana. What we do for ACE, in all fairness, Minister for Energy, so what is it that you do to incentivize many of these oil companies extend same? Because what they expect is fair opportunities. But it is also true, I have seen some data that there is a gradual decline in our production of oil, and therefore we cannot continue to rely on it. Indeed, the World Bank have warned that by 2020, Ghana probably will run out of the resource. 2030, thank you, leader. 2030, that will be done. So, Mr. Speaker, I speak whilst I raise this critical issue, expecting that the Minister for Energy will respond to us. And Mr. Speaker, even though the Honorable K.T. Hammond raised, he had these objections. There was a petition to the Speaker, copy to Country Director, IMF, copy Country Director, the World Bank, Alliance of CSO working on extractive, anti-corruption and good governance, which makes a statement. I just conclude with it, Mr. Speaker, when they say that ACA, after its agreement with Ghana was abrogated in 2009, and 50% stake in the Deepwater Tunnel kept 3-point block. Subsequently, ACA dominated the policy environment. They have raised some issues, and I think that what is it that all of a sudden, the worth of ACA from $100 million in 2018 is $1.6 billion in 2019. And as I have cautioned, Mr. Speaker, they don't give back or sell back to Ghana. Some of the freebies we gave them reflect in monetary value. And therefore, at the negotiation, you have to be extremely diligent. We expect that we will respond to the public interest concerns that have been raised. If they say that it is now valued at $800 million, whose value? Beyond Lambert, can this House even authorize a valuation of the value of their investment and the assets in those blocks? We expect that the Minister for Energy will commission an independent valuation to appreciate whether we should peg it at the $800 million or not. Because if you add that to the AGM, 800 plus 350 will give you the 1.1. That probably may not be sufficient. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude that a deer doesn't laugh at his mother's teeth, because when you grow, yours too will show. A deer, a deer doesn't laugh at the mother's teeth. So I hope that when the leader is concluding, he would speak to his own words in 2019 when he didn't see merit in GMPC and Exploco. And when we stood here and advised you that protect that interest, you said it was minority interest. Now, the minority interest is the public national interest of Ghana, that we can position Exploco and GMPC to do more if we support them with the financial muscle. Not those naysayers who said at the time that 0% for Exploco, 0% for GMPC. Mr. Speaker, so sometimes that is the beauty. That's why parliamentary answer is important, because of this day. I think that the principle, I didn't refer minority. I quoted you on PRMA. So, Mr. Speaker, we expect that they will come back to this House. One, with the Petroleum agreement, with its accompanying terms and conditions, with any loan agreement, with its accompanying terms and conditions, and finally, the development plan that they wish to do, and a concluded negotiated price that reflects the price at which they bought the oil block, their investment, and other accompanying deserving things on it. We expect the Minister for Energy and the Minister of Finance not to disappoint the Ghanaian people in negotiating this particular deal. 2018, $100 million, 2021, $1.1 billion. We hope that they are not selling back some of their freebies of incentives that were granted. And Mr. Speaker, for the record, never again should this House support watering down the mandate and authority of our Petroleum Commission
in any petroleum transaction that comes before this House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leadership.
Mr. Speaker, further to the discussions that we had, I thought you were in your seat to contribute, so I was looking in your direction. Unfortunately, I didn't see that you had gone to occupy the chair. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the House should be doing what is appropriate in the circumstance that we find ourselves. The minister responsible for energy had come to Parliament with a request. And the request, Mr. Speaker, to this House is that this House, by a resolution supported by the votes of the majority of all members of Parliament, should authorize government to enter into negotiations. Mr. Speaker, that is where we are. This business about what amount that should be involved and so on and so forth, we are not there. He's telling us that we should give him the authority to go and negotiate. That's all. Are we prepared to grant him that authority under Article 1811 and 1815? That's all what is required of us. Mr. Speaker, that is all what is required of us. And I see the Honorable Ayariga shaking his head. Perhaps you are not following what we are supposed to be doing. Mr. Speaker, it's not an invitation to the Honorable Ayariga to get up and talk to nothing. Mr. Speaker, the issue before us that has come to us is simply a request to Parliament to grant the government of Ghana, acting through GMPC, to acquire the interest of Accra. Mr. Speaker, that's all that it is. I, for that reason, even consider that the document before us, on page 1, there are extracts, that 11, bullet 11, Roman number 1 says that we are to engage in the following transactions. 1, the acquisition by GNPC through GNPC's Proco, 37% interest in deep water. Mr. Speaker, I even think the appropriate rendition ought to have been to negotiate on behalf of government for the acquisition by GNPC, because that's where we are. We seem to be jumping the gun. Mr. Speaker, the 3 ought appropriately to read: mandate the Minister of Energy and the Minister for Finance to agree on the purchase price. It rather should read: mandate the Minister for Energy and the Minister for Finance to jointly negotiate the purchase price with AKE. To jointly negotiate the purchase price. Because it's a negotiation process. Mr. Speaker, therefore, provision of a loan not exceeding 1.65 billion to finance the acquisition at a price to be negotiated, which might not exceed 1.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, this should have been a behind-the-curtain discussion. Who? Ghana. I'm speaking on behalf of Ghana and the interests of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I will not be distracted by the Minister responsible for energy. Mr. Speaker, whoever goes into battle and exposes the entire gamut of his arsenal So, Mr. Speaker, so I'm thinking that really we should look at how we have captured some of the conclusions. And Speaker, I agree that perhaps we should, into the negotiations, we should be looking at the estimated price for the barrel of the price for the barrel of oil, which you have used $65. Mr. Speaker, it is simplistic though to say that, well, because of where we are heading to, perhaps the price of oil may come down. One could say that it could come down, it may come down. But to say that necessarily the $65 is too high, I beg to disagree. Because, Mr. Speaker, the situation the day after tomorrow remains unpredictable. Fossil fuel, the next 50, 60 years, will still be relevant. The Speaker, powering industrial machines, powering electricity, generation and so on, will still be relevant. And into the future, generation of electricity is going to be paramount. We in Ghana, we're talking about industrial development. Petroleum products will still be vital. As to the price, we are not too sure of it. But to say conclusively that $65 is too high, Mr. Speaker, I would beg to differ. It may be too high, but to say definitely that $65 is too high, I believe is an overstretch. But let's do the computation, and we'll leave it to the experts to produce the figures for us. Mr. Speaker, having said so, I think that we should get a proper rendition of the resolution that we are going to approve, because I believe that we should get it right so that tomorrow will not be criticized for having done the wrong thing. It should capture the sense of what we are trying to do. It's a combined effect of Article 1811 and 1815. And at this stage, we are granting authority to the government of Ghana through the Ministry of Energy and Finance to enter into negotiations. Mr. Speaker, that should be the essence of it. So we should get the appropriate rendition. In principle, we could approve, but it should be subject to getting it right. Getting it right. I'm talking about the rendition of the resolution itself. As for they having to come back, it's a matter of course. Because at this stage, we are only granting them authority to go into the negotiations. Whatever they determine should come to this Parliament for approval. So, if you look at it carefully, we have stranded the provisions of Article 181, 1 and 5 into 2. We are saying that come for authorization to go and negotiate. When we enter into the agreement, the product of that agreement should come back to us for approval. So that is where we are. The first stage is the granting of the authority to go and negotiate. So let's get the resolution properly captured to reflect the imperatives of Article 1811 and 1815, the first leg. Let's not mix up the two. And then the minister, when he finishes, will have to come back to us. That's a simple task before us. So as I'm saying, because perhaps it may be difficult for us to now do the rendition, with this understanding of the principle, we could do the approval and get it properly captured in the hands of the Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the Honourable Minister will now conclude.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for this granting me the opportunity to round up this conversation. Mr. Speaker, I'll start with first putting on record that in the evolution of parliamentary democracy, we should accept that government's position is to bring to this House a request for a mandate is in the right direction. going out to even negotiate with understanding that the Parliament of Ghana is supporting the government in negotiating and increasing Ghana government's share in its own resource through ex-local is the right thing Ghanaians are yearning for. Mr. Speaker, ex-local, when it was established, was supposed to do exactly what we are advocating. But within the same time that it was established, before this government came into office, the biggest debate in GMPC was to collapse ex-local. That is why ex-local did nothing before this government came into office in 2017. If we have both now realized that the thought behind ex-local is good, let's accept and move on. Especially in this energy transition. If we resource ex-local and we don't get resources from outside, we can get resources from within our own fields to develop our own oil for our own country. And that is the purpose. Yes, the pressure of the big oil firms not to invest or to divest is so huge. It's so huge that we have to think about ourselves as a country. We don't want to live with stranded assets.
Yes.
For hundreds of years, these countries lived on these same assets and developed their economies.
Yes. Yes.
The reality is that we are broke, and so they want to dictate. This is the high time both sides of the house, this house in particular, should support its ex-local and get ex-local in the direction of which it was first established and through which it has gone. So I thank the House for that. Mr. Speaker, the question cannot be belabored. From the one we came to this House, we have sought a mandate. And the mandate was for Parliament to support us, to go and get an agreement and come back to yourselves. We have never intended to use this as a pretext of an agreement. There is no agreement before the House for the loan. There is no agreement for the House for even the shareholding that we may acquire. And there is no agreement of the House on the share price. It is a mandate to support us we seek to do. Mr. Speaker, so far, 4 valuations have been done. 4 valuations have been done. ACA did evaluation, GMPC did evaluation, the Combine have also done evaluation. If it's evaluation, all these are international bodies that did evaluation. Just saying that we should go and do an independent valuation, all those valuations that were did were independent. It was not ACA that did its own valuation. It was not GMPC that did its own valuation. They chose a third party to do the valuations for them. Going for a fourth valuation might not necessarily give us even a better deal. But so the House says, and so will say. Mr. Speaker, all the valuations will be given to the House, and if there's another valuation that is done, those valuations will also be given to the House. If, Mr. Speaker, we said that the loan amount that will go to support this transaction is a recoverable loan, it is so sad that all the international oil companies coming to this country go and borrow money from the banks, come and invest, and take it all away as development cost. Whereas our own ex-local cannot do the same thing. So, Speaker, we found it absurd that the foreigners can come and do that and take the resources away, and the Ghanaian company ex-local cannot do that. Mr. Speaker, we subjected this to an opinion of the Attorney General, who said, as far as the PRMA is concerned, it doesn't affect ex-local. And ex-local can go and borrow based upon the value of its assets in the government. Just like the IOCs. Mr. Speaker, government and National Assembly or Parliament of Ghana is being asked to be on the same wavelength to get us a better negotiating acceptance. Mr. Speaker, as to that majority leader said, as to ousting the jurisdiction of Petroleum Commission, I'm not sure he said it well. This was not the first time that it has happened. In fact, Mr. Speaker, There is no oil field in production in this country as we speak. That is not outside the jurisdiction of Petroleum Commission. That is the nature of agreements that we have signed. There is no commercial oil field production in this country as we speak. And Mr. Speaker, there are two at least. Both of them are outside the jurisdiction of the Petroleum Commission. And government is struggling to bring them back. So if we now come to the same resolution, that we should make sure our regulator is fully in charge, we should all support. Mr. Speaker, as to the share price, as to whether it's a loan, these things are very, very volatile. The oil price just 2 weeks ago is different from the oil price this week. So even when you do evaluation, it takes a view of what is expected and then takes a view of what might happen. It might not last. Who predicted COVID? Who predicted COVID? Yeah. And now who is going to predict what the Delta COVID is going to do to us? So we should think about these things motion number in coming to the decision. Mr. Speaker, what I can assure members that let us not be fixated with 100 million acquired 100 million for the cost of health that are done on those work is also part of the evaluation. Health has spent over 800 million on that same field. Health has spent, and they already had a tax from the tax authority to be discounted. So when we are looking at that, we will bring you the total amount of information that is available for this House to make a submission. So I think I would like to thank the House for the effort the members have done to make this debate very rich. We in the Ministry of Energy can assure you that we have noted every single thing we said, and we'll come back to this House when we get there with the full information necessary for the House to make. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I will urge the House to support the resolution that is the agreement that we understood we have. So members should vote for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, all in favour of the House adopting motions numbered 15, 18, 21, 24, and 27, say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motions are adopted. Yes, what next? Resolution? Yes, Honourable Minister, resolution.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
As this House has agreed, Mr. Speaker, as this House has resolved by agreeing to corrections or amendments in the resolution, that those amendments do reflect as the understanding and the intent of the House to support our mandate to go and negotiate and return to the House. I so move that the table office and your good office would agree on the text for the House with the leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So the text will reflect that the resolution is to empower the ministry to go and negotiate. Very well. Honorable, is that acceptable? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion per the amended resolution has been indicated to us by table. I beg to second the resolution moved by the Minister for Energy. Thank you. Subject to those conditions.
Honorable members, the resolution as amended has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the resolution, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted the resolution, and I direct that the table office restates the resolution to reflect what the House has agreed on the floor. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we cannot take item. I'm your man. Item 28. On page 15.
Item number 28, motion by the Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move, and notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which the notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the work program of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation for the year 2021 may be moved today. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable Members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Motion number, item 29, motion. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the work program of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GNPC, for the year 2021. Honorable Speaker, I wish to present your committee's report. It is a 27-page report, and for that matter, I'll plead with the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as if it's been duly read, as I highlight the salient points. Honorable Speaker, I would wish to address the fact that at paragraph 7.1.3, the issue of GNPC as local petroleum activities have been duly captured. Honorable Speaker, if I may turn to the observations, and I want to read in particular the financing gap for petroleum oil explorations, which may be found at page 17 of 27. The committee observed that the GNPC is expecting the total revenue of United States dollars 1.2 billion from its upstream operations for 2021 financial year, made up of United States dollars 229.99 million from its share of crude oil sales, United States dollars 952.45 from gas business, United States dollars 3.88 million as training and technology support, and United States dollars 0.22 million for miscellaneous activities.
Metama fuso ya feel as odo ho atel kakra I me kwaya masanso abama broni na wotwe nkomo akọso entertainment industry na masada ato me boase ho ma hyehye na o mesi nyina me de be bra mu mo yen twa ho sisi a na yen kombra na yen fa nkomo no embeto amoso. Hey, I'm for saying yes, then my young friend also nyame. What is say small boy be oko school primary boy be akwakocho our day letter. Least a pesanka. Na ma me de brain ya our day. Biscuit, drink. Na sa our day letter ne keken e bie kwan ama na chese be hwe brands akese wo krom hanyina. Akwakoye na adoye. Na asem na nso ha abofo na eye boy ne mami. Ne nsake kan nya me no so. Nya ma ne de aburo no so. An Ghana fo ma ya ade hu nya wa ye de wani so. E na wo ko donate nya me yibi e ma orphanage. Na eye also the same you question na unse kofo 20 no e na eye TV personality an Belamundi or the semi betuja an said anya manfo desa e binum se won ne ya adwen eye abofra bi o interview friend Susan onu so chema kolo so obo ne homode na so ye betuja yi mo an said an ye ne mo but as also the mudini na akwa command e no se na maya ma also no munya sa ma no kofo be ne na anya age but yes, our day the boy no di ankasa any dey e be trend ankasa so wo bana say ne ba wan bo modern we we as ko be ka che ne say o ka me time our day me bo me ho modern ne ba so o say ne ba omunya so kra wo krom ha say na mo man to as artist manager Bull God what do need also na ankasa ne dey friend Bull God won say go say an sha down fast anti bulldog na ne e be to aso bulldog no wasan so din sem bia betujo ayo ko show be delay show e na o kire ma ono ne ba wo no I 13-year-old girl so obe nene no kaso obeso ogbo ahyawa yi bi jantra prostitution obe supporting 300% or the name of betane chen go say na bulldog uchire ma ko sisen bulldog chire ma ene de ono na Philipem no so person ye bi Ghana hade onim say oba na okase even kwa eye adwuma opese wo ye kra wa wo futumi gina wona so kase de bi doctor ne lawyer na obeye bulldog se ni de oba ni fie ntesa so far as ne baba kase we no opese wo ye de say ya ahyawa yi kra obebo no na waye bulldog asema okin ujetum se obeibe nene na okase opese oboy oyese adwuma ya obe support na ena mama yenjina ye bulldog nsem ya so no ko interview no san so din nsem fufu bi tu dwa say I want sometime be atwem 2 years ago oba be boni dua say den do ni ye adwuma nkoye kan nsem bebre fa ne ho poto say dua bono no ene ni nyankopon adan dua na say akwakodi I want nsem so onu no so bulldog so hwa wa braba no she no come from ababa ni gwaw na nkasa nti san nsem no ka to ne so no ena adan aba no so ye anso ha I want so I reply no say wo jina ko interview ka say muko university wo tua mi school fees na sense o so ono ankasa I want so ono ankasa ni brem no di tua ni school fees ni hostel fees ni ade nti bulldog embe take credit bia no say wo bulldog ya say ababo no hweme de be ye mre wo ankasa ma me time kakra be hu say na ankasa mesan so aba out nti nka say me bre na me bre amfa na mama yentu ankomani so gospel musician gifty adoye empress gifty ono de nsem bia betuja o chema bible na sum na kuremu enye free nti mo expect say gospel musician say wo kurom hase wo ye concert wo bo show say we bo ni free sa so man de mu yimfi mu na emboa cause secular artists omu bo show business and won say wo je scan ade say gospel musician bo show bia na mo pese odi money free once wo didi once wo promote say na secular for na promoting one nyama wo discayen sa so na ba gospel musician na once wo disca won nyam ti mu jai sa gospel musician ye free o say enye free ankasa dressing kasa ya na say what dressing wo hwe ye free man for da so empress gifting semsem no wa baka say na say na otu kwan kwa UK wo so ko UK kakra yenje ne nim ne ekoso na komo bia be echi ni say wo se ni kunu eja no o go through divorce na ni kunu akofa guess wa nim komo dada nkofu kokonsafu na na gift aba out on abaye a live Instagram live no chema o se hwe mukofo kasa too much say o worry de bia mo de na no dane so e na worry egu e na ne kunu ayese gift say sa asem nyam forget onu na oda so ye eye Mrs. Adoye 1 na echini nanim obi eni wonte san komo de mon drop na oni ne kunu egu so ware aware a emu ohyew ankasa ha ma bo ze COVID-19 ba ya say upa entertainment industry shows na de artisem bo shows nti wa ba say skasem de be ye tight ankasa na ye ho no ma na eye American rappers say one young artist say wona wodi so no eye Amrado nom ya talk nom Kofi Jaman wo say wo ko eye UK akobo show be eye party in the park na wo ko bo show yi we ba na mafoka say eh na scan kra he na wo chiamu ebinim say wan hye de ntue ebinim say de scan ha ko do one side akasa eh na Amrado din sem bia betu do chema ahia wo chiamu de ene de emphobia ho won na akobo won show say no campus kasem de ene management na e kan nti munjai kan say wo tua won e wo bi say wo tua won fian bi o say wo tua won say won tua won wan kwakobo show nti mo forget ene mo maye njenjan sentem ya so eye kidi mo be kai eye VGMA this year ya by to adjust na kan ni die chi say artist of the year kon no befa na fofia nto ata ena dan na Hamilton etamadi koi na kidi na wa be interview no chemu so akwakwa yeso yankopon ohun se sada na ne confidence level bi ko high as wa hantan kakra bi wa ye proud bi na yankopon ka se sadia memfa artist of the year ma wa friend the first one obeja award ni ni eje osresro and China was answer boni din kidi obasanso atam on the third time no na mo be kaya kidi ka say I'll be back and no I will be back na ye artist of the year wa hu se na fan ko hu o de ara hu ni nisuo ni ade wo si o di fi auditorium honom na echi kwampo se bebe bai but on nakasa eba out ebe congratulate Diana Hamilton kidi a chemu se na kwa asa na homa so bi kwosoro kakran se yakopon amfa mani so on de o hwe nim say next year artist of the year then I will be doing side na mama yanto ankomo so nyumtuni gospel musician minister OJ ono anoto say nenum bebre mankama yese mo pani nyina ono anoboy ochema onu de anka ni pema anka onye popular sanka kofu nim say nyom nini ba so odi nanim be tray interviews anyamanyama nani nje hu but any nom ma yese mo pen enu enema ni kofu bebre be hu nti ochema hu se bi no wono ma wo bonyoma na opese wo ko interview kofu hu say oye onu nini onu de enye sa na level nti anko ni man ko be low key kakra na nyum na nkasa na mba man ko focus nyum ide hina na boy ai sa na o kire ene mo ne me be ya adwin se so be ma bi sure bi no so ne betena ase so uni okuna ne ye hwe ni man se wo betena ase na mfia betwem na wo ne ade na se we dey relationship goals ankasa na so to be wa bo se na divorce ni nemu ni ade eye actor Ajeta na no den se bia betu dwa se na ya rate of divorce no koso ni de ni nje ho e wo celebrity side no ai koso be wo se ware fine na be betu dwa se we ja ware wo se sa nyamanyama ni na enhye damboasa asemi de mi muzo na meche mafa se wo di gospel musician brother Samiechia bo se na wotwe a launch new look bi ai se wo hu so bia dye why you blonde na abodwe se blonde ni ti blonde e ma nya wo se akwakwa ye se brother ono ye wo ha na ye hu se brother Samia launch new look na wo se na ka gospel musician de na ka blonde ne sa gold anka fan hu ben ama fo shada anti asesa but wo beji atum so o che se onipa we nyi enya se o ya abofo ne maame na ne papa na eti nti ono akasa look no de aba no mo support no mo tie ni nwom no na mo san so appreciate brother Sami ni new look no say what maka de no say mona for real haja for real na meka no ho asem mona na o chema o se ono o si so say na adwen so ba be nwom no o prepare ankasa o share that to no boase no hwe mo se nwom tu lu person be nwom tu ni say na say na o ye say my voice you okay just say wo plan ankasa nti mamu nkase onemu se o release single akra say they will release singles makoma ko ebiesa o chema o just say o ye prepared ankasa ti ma ya mutie nwom na binum kaso haja we de nwom na sheda anya wo talent haja se muntu mi nkasa asem no nche no orienti ankasa cause wa prepare ne ho for entertainment industry nti Ghana for munya ka no be release nwom amamu bako na mama yenti we mfiwe Ghanaian US comedian Michael Blankson odin semi abetuja ochema ko ma se wo hwem mmea no bi wo hono ma na wa fa merima bi san boso ne nchirema ne so enye te se bia wo an wo pem no be se wo date merima bi sa atego ska enhye merima no hunti na aye basante bia wo fa ne obeto TV amawa na wa fa ne obema wo ska monthly na wa san so afa ne obebo wo wardrobe nti na wakwa ye se bia guest di merima echi wo se muske so adodo anka we na anka wo ska wo se merima no susua binum so aware nti mo se no bi di obi kunu echi ni ade o chema mema na mmokrom ha no endorse sante na magesi ye bomode ana ofa bi sabi boso nti enye girls ne fault nti mum blame Ghana for me asa You a sound engineer, sugar tone. I must say, it's a beer between your soul to say any condition and said, I know okay. Video be appear, one who said, sugar tone pan, I fed I said, walk of family a day. Go for out. There you are, neighbor to me about me, why I say, as a wire basaka, crabby son. Never I mean, a bit to your soul, a year drugs. Draxi, Nani Bana Busi, Afedama, Nabra Boy Bassa. Yes, sexy polo, a crapping polo wakasa. Ochema, Ninsem Semba ye, I will say, what no call courts, what no go to jail 90 days. A bear, what is what Uncle Tria Banco Kumkakra. A yes, celebrities, a be a Sebu Krum Hase, also on bone, you know, crapping polo. Over my engines now on board in this, I had to mind the Ytremu. Or no, sending me pemun. Say any drabona wabon, say bema, or beba house, no wounding, or just as I semi tuni. Now, I was at time put a mobile so muy and one, never the most round. When near Jemubo, she say, ye, crapping polo, and now I go to you. So, Chema, sound near be a son of one wounding, or one castle mudria. So, if you say, Yamidim, a beba dangany, never ba, no bram, no bread, no brand, no be say you, or chances of Musoria, more worship on Emma Munia. Now, you're grabbing polo, Anna, eagle prophet, I am one eagle prophet. Also, Yakupon be Biachen, or Chema, the news to know who say, ye, Mary Mabe say, 12, war gang repair, ye, crapping polo, repeat, or see a repini bassa, if you don't know damn what Gemini, some look on the young one cassa. Ye, the name says, they say they were afraid polo, no wakachen so, saying, say, the Aquan woman, I can't be an assay. But send the Aquan, a man who say eagle prophet, send out who now, Bomodiana, Sanso Bompie, not dang I didn't name bim. Say, a real dear, I am common, and my away in Trato, a GhanaWeb, a editor, a sub editor, a Beniso Wuswa, dear future husband. So followed a year social media, who said dear future husband. So say the dear future husband will be life. Your cook Kumasi, for your wedding change in Bianca, in a wow, shall represent here, and we are saying one casa, your cook picture, just say, you are supporting the council, and say, I can't say, Beniso Wuswa, sorry, Benis, Minkani, Mrs. Benis. Owusua Oparijan. Here you GhanaWeb Hanina, and ye can say congratulations to you. Yes, any master Wangasa, wow, in the Soya Maya Dada. I mean, sure, now I ran our mamma Angasa, engine Mancas, and the enche if you be. My born once and I watching some sad to me boss and a master and media brim. That's the ne, a best answer, my crown.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
I beg to move that this House adopt the report of Ghana's representatives to the ECOWAS Parliament on the ECOWAS Parliament delocalized meeting of the Joint Committee on Political Affairs, Peace, Security, and African Peer Review Mechanism, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, Telecommunication and Information Technology, held in Winneba, Ghana, from 27th to 31st of July 2021. Mr. Speaker, in moving this motion, I shall rely on the report of your delegation, which is a 20-page report, and also pray for leave for Hansard to capture the report in its entirety, as though same was read by me viva voce. Mr. Speaker, the
Honorable Leader, I'm being advised that this report was laid yesterday. The ECOWAS Parliament's report. In that case, you may have to start from motion number 47.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I pray in terms of Order 81 for your leave to proceed to take motion number 48. I so move.
Yes, any seconder the procedural motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, motion number item 48, motion.
Mr. Speaker, I shall rely on my previous submissions on this motion. Mr. Speaker, I shall proceed to submit. Now, Mr. Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker delivered the opening remarks for the said meeting, and as per the elaborate report, various speakers were there to make their own submission in respect of the theme of the meeting. And Mr. Speaker, we believe that if all the matters so discussed are duly implemented, Mr. Speaker, the sub-region will benefit a lot in terms of telecommunication, ICT, and, Mr. Speaker, in particular, the benefit of having cheaper cost of telephone communication within the sub-region, especially when you move from one country to the other. Mr. Speaker, your delegation expresses appreciation to the Right Honourable Speaker for his continued support towards the achievement of the ECOWAS sub. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I respectfully submit that this House do adopt this report for consideration. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Boko Central.
Much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to second the motion requesting this House to adopt the report of Ghana's representatives to the ECOWAS Parliament on the ECOWAS Parliament's delocalized meeting of the Joint Committees on Political Affairs, Peace, Security, and African Peer Review Mechanism, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, Telecommunications and Information Technology, held in the great city of Winneba on the 22nd to 31st of July 2021. Right, Honourable Speaker, the delocalized meeting was very efficiently organized under the leadership of the leader of Ghana's delegation, Honourable Afenyomakin. Right, Honourable Speaker, they were all properly housed. The various courtesies were extended to the delegates coming from the various countries, and everything went on very well with the support of this House, and the Right Honourable Speaker himself made time to come to Winneba to open the session for the delocalized meeting. The Speaker, the main issue at the meeting was to consider how ICT and telecommunication has widened the space for democratic governance, widened the space and the ambit and mechanisms. Some of the limitations can be addressed, and therefore recommendations were made, which, if addressed, will further enhance the capacity and potential of ICT telecommunication to further the regional integration process. Mr. Speaker, I think that the content of the report speaks for itself. Members who are minded can review the report and get highlights of the various recommendations that were made, which will be taken up at the next session of ECOWAS Parliament. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and support and second the motion ably moved by the leader of the delegation of this Parliament to the ECOWAS Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, at a conclusion, yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to add my voice to the adoption of the report of the ECOWAS Parliament on the delocalized meeting that was held in Winneba, the city of Winneba. Mr. Speaker, the meeting actually discussed very important issues, and basically on the issue of telecommunications and information technology. Mr. Speaker, issues that are worth noting on this particular topic is the fact that Africa is seen to be about half of the world population, and the community that has very little knowledge in information technology. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that if you come to the West African community, most of our countries, the 15 countries, are actually lagging behind. Ghana, for instance, started by trying as much as we can to put in our schools some laptops that would help in the teaching of ICT. But unfortunately, they didn't work well because even the few schools that got these laptops didn't have electrification for the charging of these laptops. Most of them just sat there and got spoiled, and others too never worked. Unfortunately also, the teachers, those who could teach these subjects, were not available. Mr. Speaker, it also came to the notice of the committee that if you come to the issue of roaming, when you go to another country, the issue of roaming, the tax was so high that you might be paying about twice what you were paying in your own country. And if you tried to get the chip of that local community, it might take you forever. Nigeria was cited as an example because currently, if you go to Nigeria, you would not just get a chip on the market. You would have to register properly before you get a chip. Mr. Speaker, on this call, the community agreed that all ECOWAS countries should try as much as we can to regularize the issue of merging or having more or less one network, and also looking at our tax system. And that will go a long way to help us. Mr. Speaker, fortunately on our part, Ghana, we had our own person there who was one of the people who gave us a talk on IT. And he came up with the issue of Ghana trying to ensure that our schools and our teachers have laptops. I, for instance, came up and I spoke intensively about the laptops because I remember the past administration actually supported schools with laptops, but there was no live communities connected to the national grid. How do they get these laptops working. This time, GIFEC had taken it upon itself to ensure that there is some form of power bank to the laptops so that the beneficiaries do not go struggling to charge those laptops. Mr. Speaker, it is also very important that the countries involved should come together and ensure that the tax system is removed and we adhere to all the rules and regulations that the ECOWAS community comes up with. So, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, we have recognized and we believe that with telecommunication information technology, if we are able to ensure that the ECOWAS community, and for that matter, even going further into the whole of Africa, is stabilized and is able to work properly, we will go a long way. Because it has been realized of late that even medicine, even in surgeries, people are able to come together and do surgeries without necessarily being on the spot, which goes a long way to help. So, Mr. Speaker, for now, the ECOWAS community is urging all countries, especially the ECOWAS countries, the 15 member states, to ensure that we are able to look at this particular system properly so that we do not have a problem communicating, especially when we go roaming. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity to contribute.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the current delegates to ECOWAS Parliament, including myself. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the history of this Parliament, the committee's report or committee's meeting have been even the national parliament, such as Ghana's parliament. It has never happened before. What we normally do is to take the national report and also discuss what we have done in session at the ECOWAS Parliament, not when committees meet and put reports together being discussed at the national level. Mr. Speaker, I know after our meeting at Winneba, the entire ECOWAS Parliament will be discussing the committee's report in session when we get back to Abuja in November and December. And that is where we will take resolutions and submit them to the various national parliaments. So for now, it is the committee's report that we will be discussing. There are a few things that we touch upon, Mr. Speaker. We all know that the world is converging to a small, what we call a global village. And this is being facilitated by telecommunication, information, and technology. However, we've noticed that in Africa, for that matter in ECOWAS community, the telecommunication, information, technology, it is not apt to what we expect it to be. You go to our villages, you go to our schools, we do not have modern equipment that can catch up with other worlds that we are competing in. The recent pandemic, the COVID-19, has shown us that if we are not careful, we'll be left behind. For instance, in some jurisdictions, you don't need to have what we call in-house court meeting. Countries are now having what we call virtual court meeting. And that was what the ECOWAS court taught us or told us, that they are, during this COVID period, they've been able to hold some virtual court meetings. Now in Gambia, Mr. Speaker, any bottleneck that will prevent them, or any law that will prevent them from holding virtual court meeting has been removed by the help of UN communities. And we need to do the same, that with this pandemic that is ravaging and killing people, and things are happening in this country, we need to have a system where we can have a virtual court, where the litigant, the lawyers, and the judges will hold, court sessions out the premises of the court. And that is what we are getting to.
Member, hold on. I'm looking for members of the Privileges Committee to listen to you about holding virtual courts and virtual meetings. I'm looking around. I can't find any of them. Yes, okay. Ranking member, I hope you're paying attention to recommendation for virtual courts and virtual meetings. Right. Other member, please continue.
So, as we are moving towards global village, there is going to be a time where you don't need to go to a courtroom to have what we call institute court meeting or litigation, but you can do it through the virtual means, just as we are also thinking of virtualizing our various parliamentary sessions. For instance, if all our TIT is working perfectly, you don't need 275 members of parliament to congregate in this place for us to have meeting. We could do our virtual meeting and take our vote as well. And that's all TIT is about. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues my other colleague has spoke about has to do with roaming. Roaming is a big issue in ECOWAS and in West Africa, apart from West Africa, in the African region. Now, it is difficult for us to understand that you are on the same MTN platform, and when you get to Nigeria, the cost of making call or SMS or even data is so high that you don't understand why the same platform you should be paying more than your national platform. And these are things that has already taken place. They have already discussed it. The resolution has been passed. And ECOWAS status, we are not implementing our own laws within the sub-region. One of the things we discussed was how we can get our national institutions to regularize and also implement the laws and protocols that we pass both at the Commission and at ECOWAS Parliament, so that with one platform that they have in East Africa called One Go, you can, when you get to Togo, you can use the same platform, in a manner, both data will be the same price. Mr. Speaker, these are the things that can draw us closer to what we call a global village. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank the leader of the delegation that we are seeing a new trend, that even committees report. And I know next week, another committee will be meeting in Côte d'Ivoire, and when they also finish their meeting, they should bring their report for us to look at, because it teaches us, it helps us. This, for me, it is eye-opening, because for myself and Honorable Ayariga, who belongs to the committee that met in Winnipeg, we had a lot of resource personnel to come and take us through most of the things. And Parliament, National Parliament, should also be doing the same thing, where we can bring resource persons to come and take us through a sister ways to do. I'm praising the leader of the delegation, even though he took good care of us off record. He's done very well, but he sent the thing to his hometown because he wants us to increase his vote over there. With this few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
He wanted you to know Accra, Ghana beyond Accra. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all in favour of the motion, say aye. Did I hear a voice vote? I'm putting the vote again. All in favour of the motion to adopt the report, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Item number. Yes.
Speaker, I believe we can now go to page 20 and take item 36. Item 36, page 20.
Very well. Item number 36, motion of the chairman of the committee. Yes, leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to find out from the leadership opposite, why are they prioritizing this, which was only laid yesterday, against the committee that this House set up several weeks ago's report on the investigation on this Sputnik 5 COVID vaccine. Why are they prioritizing this over that? Because that one was done and supposed to have been ready much longer. It is on the other paper today. Why are they prioritizing the business that came only yesterday?
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, this Sputnik report is a high priority item. Yesterday, the paper was to be laid. The minority leader arrested it on the grounds that there are some concerns regarding aspects of the report. So we have to further engage. Mr. Speaker, we engaged all night. And this morning, upon all that we did, there are still further concerns. Please, Honorable Muntaka, with respect, I am saying that there are some other concerns. The person having the concerns can own up and we will discuss it. I am ever ready. I have signed a report. When it was due for distribution, an objection was raised. And to be fair, we have decided to hold back. Yesterday, we slaved on it up to 10 o'clock. And this morning, the understanding was that all that was to be done was done. And about to sign, a member raised a concern again. So we are here to sit because the majority leader has been involved in the matter. So we are here to sit. Nobody has placed this on the back burner. With respect, Honorable Minority Chief.
Honorable members, I think the issue is why are the hospitals a priority over Sputnik report? You're only saying that the Sputnik report is not ready. Is that right?
The Speaker, in effect, it is not ready. And it's as a result of the minority seeking to get certain things in it. And we are obliging them. That is why it is not ready. Because we want to oblige them. I need to put on record.
Mr. Speaker,
yes,
that is factually incorrect. He knows that. Because all the issues have been resolved. And even the few concerns that was seen, he was mentioned to majority in the morning and has been resolved. He should go and bring the report. Why are you keeping the report? What is it indeed that you are hiding there? You are keeping the report. Bring it. Bring the report because it's been long overdue with you. You finished hearing the matter in about just 1 week. And it's taking you more than 3 weeks to report to the House. You think that is fair to the House? Please, whatever the issue, bring it to the floor. Because it is apparently clearly showing that your committee is incapable of resolving all the issues. That's why you are saying then. Then bring it to the floor for us to deal with it. Because this is a very important matter. We can't rise without dealing with it.
Bring it.
I'm dealing with the leadership issues first. Kindly hold on. Yes, but
Mr. Speaker, I take serious objections to the tone and the language from the minority chief whip. This committee finished its work. We're given 3 weeks. I don't believe in surprises. It has never been part. I don't believe in surprises. It's never been part of me. Mr. Speaker, the report was duly completed. We signed the report. The report was to be laid. We finally came. It was laid. At the dying moment, the minority leader got up and said, no way, he won't allow the report to be laid. Because all of a sudden,
some members have expressed some new concerns. We said, no problem. We would oblige you. Mr. Speaker, yesterday at the majority leader's office, I was there. Honorable Bernard Ahiafo was there. Mr. Speaker, we are doing partisan politics, but integrity is also important. Don't let us create a certain impression about ourselves. The Honorable Kwabena Minta Kando, who was the lead advocate on his side, came out with a consent. We went through step by step. We finished. This morning, Mr. Speaker, the report was ready. I waited to 12 midnight in this office. It was ready for me. I said, no, I want my colleague to have a look at it again before I sign this morning. This morning again, he came up with consent. Mr. Speaker, I want Honorable Akando on his 5 points of fellowship to tell me whether, as the chair of the committee, whether he has even spoken to me this morning on his new consent. He rather spoke to the clerk, to the majority leader, and I have not seen. I said, no problem. I am ready to oblige you. Please, would you allow the space? You didn't say that to your leader. Show that respect to me. You didn't do that to Muntaka, Mr. Speaker. And I am urging them that I am rather obliging them. I am rather obliging them so that they are very concerned. Mr. Speaker, I'm used to this. I'm not worried. You can do what you want to do. Mr. Speaker, I have obliged my colleague that whatever he wants to be included in the report is to so be done. I will sign. You are not ready. You keep changing your position. Then you hide behind Honorable Muntaka to cause this. I won't accept that. Mr. Speaker, this is not acceptable. That's not the way to do politics. Mischief is not acceptable.
Honorable members, there's no point in continuing this argument. There's a matter before us now. Honorable members, there is nothing to be gained by continuing on this trajectory. A motion has been called. I'll follow through that. What is clear is that there's a problem between leadership of the committee. Please resolve it and then lay the report. Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the procedural motion listed as item 36 on today's order paper be moved now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, second.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to...
Honorable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, item number 37 by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 37 on today's order paper be moved. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to present your committee's report. I request the Hansa Department to capture the entire content whilst I give the highlights. Mr. Speaker, the request is for approval for waiver of import duty, import get fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT, exim levy, and special import levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 27,161,066 euros and 38 cents. The Speaker, as we can see, the details of the assessment listed under paragraph 4.1, the observations of the committee under paragraph 5, and then the benefits of the project listed under paragraph 5.2. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt the report and approve the request so the benefits listed in the report can be achieved. I so move. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Who is contributing to the debate? Very well. I'll put the question. All in favor of the House adopting the report for a waiver of import duty for the construction of Tema, Nkranza, and Doma hospitals. Say yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to pray that, Mr. Speaker, we place decision on this on ice and revert to it at a later time, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we disagree with the position of the Deputy Majority Leader that decision on this should be put on hold. Mr. Speaker, we want the decision to be taken now.
Mr. Speaker, we've been sitting since morning. It is 4, and there is this general, Mr. Speaker, there is a general view that members would want to stretch. Mr. Speaker, I was going to follow up with an application for us to, Mr. Speaker, for us to suspend sitting for at least 1 hour for us to have a health break. At least for us to have a health break and come back refreshing to continue the day's business.
Honorable leaders, honorable members, my attention has actually been drawn to a procedural error. When he moved the motion, nobody seconded it. So it had not reached the stage of putting the question. I jumped there.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Majority Leader did second the motion.
No, he seconded.
He did second the motion. Yes, he did second.
Honorable members, please, let's follow the process. I first moved motion number 36, which is the procedural motion. Right? That was what he seconded. Then after that, the chairman was moving the main motion with the report. I should have sought a secondment before I purport to put the question. Right? Yes, leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the issue about suspending the House, my colleague, the Deputy Majority Leader, knows when the two leaders were leaving, this suggestion came, and we said because of the nature of the business, we should continue. And that was why they left the seat for us to go out and come back. So I don't know why he's not trying to use that to call for a suspension of the sitting. Mr. Speaker, let's proceed and finish today because we want to rise today. Since he's saying that there are a lot more business waiting, let's continue. Go and bring those businesses.
Yes. Yes,
Speaker,
Use all your powers.
Speaker, this is a big surprise to me because my good friend, the minority chief whip, I engaged him extensively. And I mentioned to him that we deserve a break. And he obliged me. I'm surprised he's making the suggestion. Speaker, I think we don't need to belabor the point. We need to go on a break now. And then, Speaker, maybe 1 hour break. And then we can come back and continue the business.
Very well. The House is suspended until 6 p.m.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.